Hi, Wahalki Doc. Can I get a sound check from you, please?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Thank you.
Alicia
Cheese
or
Candies, can I
Walaki
get a
Doc,
quick
would you
sound check
guys
from you,
please
please?
unmute yourselves and we'll check the sound in the room and make sure we can hear you guys over the audio system?
Sure thing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me okay?
I think we could over all the talking. It's a little hard to hear.
Okay.
Okay, Walaki Doc, you want to try it again?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Now we can. Yes, thank you. Madam Deputy Mayor, we are ready to roll.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I call the Assembly Committee of the Whole, Special Assembly Committee of the Whole meeting to order on February 12th at 5:33 p.m. Mr. Smith, would you please read the land acknowledgement for us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We would like to acknowledge that the City and Borough of Juneau is on Tlingit land and wish to honor the indigenous people of this land. For more than 10,000 years, Alaska Native people have been and continue to be integral to the well-being of our community. We are grateful to be in this place, a part of this community, and honor the culture, traditions, and resilience of the Tlingit people. Gunashish.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Mr. Smith,
Here.
Ms. Hughes Scandies,
Here.
thank you. Mr. Bryson,
Present.
Ms. Wall,
Present.
Walaki Dog,
Here.
Mr. Kelly,
Here.
Ms. Atkinson,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Hill,
Here.
and Mayor Weldon. Quorum is present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any objections to the agenda or changes? Seeing no changes to the agenda is approved. Are there any objections to the minutes as written? I see no changes to the minutes. I emailed the clerk's office with one tiny typo because that's the way I am, but those minutes are approved. We'll move right into agenda topics, and the first topic is Telephone Hill redevelopment study update. Director Koch, can you please kick us off, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I first want to apologize for those who are on PWFC. They know that I'm always saying that my next packet will be smaller, and they just get bigger and bigger. So we tried to at least arrange it so the supplemental materials, the reports are in the back. But first, for Telephone Hill, I wanted to bring up to that table Lands Manager, Mr. Dan Blydorn, and our Project Manager from Engineering and Public Works, Mr. Nick Dristovan.
All right, well, hello everyone. I'm Nick Travestein and I'm a project manager with the Department of Engineering, here to give an update on the Telephone Hill redevelopment study. See, is there like a clicker? All right, so one of the major things that we've been working on over the past couple of months is additional public outreach. We did do a public online survey that was live from December 13th all the way through January 9th. And during that time, we saw over 2,400 respondents to the survey from all over Juneau. This was the third of our public outreach sessions. The other two were in-person public meetings. The second of which is where we started to narrow down what types of housing would best address local housing needs. And the results from the survey, as well as feedback received at those public meetings, was that for those in favor of development, the preferred housing development would be multifamily inclusive housing. So inclusive would be not directed towards any sort of specific group and could be able to be enjoyed by young people, as far as all the way up to senior housing and workforce housing, not trying to exclude any sort of a group with it. One major piece of feedback that we did receive with regards to housing was to avoid any temporary housing. Temporary housing could be seen as a hotel or even just developed units that could be used for Airbnbs or VRBOs. The consensus among the community was any new housing development should be for the current long-term residents of Juneau. Next slide, please. So we had 4 design options that we originally presented during our last in-person public meeting in October. We also included the design options in this online survey to get public feedback. And of the 4 options, the one that had the most favorability was design option C. This was the densest of all 4 options. Preliminary estimates have it providing between 100 and 200 new housing units. But it was not without its criticism. We did receive a lot of good feedback on all 4 design concepts. But for example, on Design Concept C, like I just mentioned, there's a lot of opposition to temporary housing. So in Design Concept C, we had included a hotel. The recommendation would be to eliminate that and instead put another preferred development in there, such as a park.
Excuse me, we have a question from Madam Mayor.
Sorry, even though option C got the most votes, it didn't get the most votes by much, so could a better analogy say that the public voted somewhere between 60 to probably 150 units? If that would be a better analogy.
That would be, strictly speaking on the number of votes, it was design option C. But that does bring up a good point as far as the additional feedback that we've heard. One of the biggest criticisms we did here of design option C was trying to get an understanding to exactly how dense and how tall buildings would be present in there. In future phases of design development and refining this concept, there would have to be considerations made towards the impact of the higher density. That would be towards things like traffic or parking or view corridors. People wouldn't be too happy if you built a really big, ugly building on there. So it's all about finding that middle ground between optimizing the amount of additional housing units that are provided and still being able to maintain the existing landscape of Telephone Hill.
Thank you.
All right, next slide, please.
I have a question, I believe, from Ms. Uscandies, and I hope you don't mind us asking questions as we go.
I'm all for it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It was just thank you, Madam Chair. It was just a point of confusion. I've never heard from an assembly member before. I didn't understand the mayor's question, and she said maybe a better analogy would be that it didn't win, but so I was just confused. I was like, did I miss something in the phrasing? Because I've never heard that with the survey before. So,
Madam Mayor, would you
perhaps you could clarify that?
clarify your comment?
Sure, and option C did win, but it won by 29.76%, and option D was 29.06, and option B was 24.99. So there's not I don't remember much of my stats, but I know that's not a significant stats number to make the difference. So I just said, looking at those three options, they're somewhere between probably 60 to 150. So we'll have to keep going with our designs, is I guess my point.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mrs. Uscandies, is that good?
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. I have thoughts.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly.
I'll hold them to myself.
Thank you. Was there a margin of error, speaking to Madam Mayor's recognition? Was there a margin of error measured in the survey?
Not necessarily. There was a lot of just public feedback and comments based off of those design concepts, just trying to hit all bases as far as the different range of design density for new housing development, but still keeping our ears open to any sort of feedback as far as exactly how many new housing units to provide or how tall the buildings would be.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Something that I've been wondering throughout the process of this, the Assembly did see a lot of people who came in person and testified that they did want to see another option in their potential no-build option. I'm just wondering if there was perhaps like no flexibility in altering the options, or why a no-build option wasn't included.
And is it Drivenstein, or how do you say your last name?
Drivestein, just ignore the U. The U trips people up, but it's just Drivestein.
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 Drivestein. Thank you, Mr. Drivestein. Mike,
To answer your question, Mr. Kelly, as far as a no-build option, this group originally set out with the goal to answer the question, if development were to occur, what would be the highest and best use of the land? So it wasn't so much that we were trying to intentionally exclude a no-build option, but just trying to determine if development were to proceed, that would be the preferred development.
thank you, Mr. Drivestein. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. A follow up on that. I have an assumption that you can tell me if it's true or not. You know, my understanding is you asked, what's your preferred option of these four, and how would you improve that option? I'm going to assume that a lot of the 542 people who voted for option D, which was mixed in existing homes, when asked how would they improve that, said, we just want to leave existing homes. Is that a correct assumption about how a lot of people wanted to change that option, given Mr. Kelly's observation?
Somewhat. I would say it's fair that there were a fair amount of people that had that as how they could approve those that particular option. But another frequent piece of feedback that I got with that option is some people, I guess, were just confused with why would you tear down existing homes in order to build more housing? They didn't see much logic in that, and so that's what kind of led to their decision of option D.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Travisstein. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I had a question that was kind of relative to that, as they were talking about no build. My understanding, I thought I'd heard a conversation when we first got Telephone Hill that as is, we couldn't do, like the city couldn't just remain being landlords at the below market rate, that if the city kept this and went with a no build option, that the city wouldn't be able to stay and be the landlord. It would most likely have to go out for sale or something, because otherwise we would be giving an advantage to one specific group of people, and it was like against the rules that you can't bump or create a benefit for just one group of people. I thought this was like a legal thing.
Director Koch, who would be the best person to answer that question?
And I think that we have Rob Palmer on Zoom. Is Rob Palmer available?
Mr. Palmer, can you address Mr. Bryson's question, please? And let me know if we need to clarify it.
There we are. Can you hear me? I'm back with you.
Yeah.
Mr. Bryson, could you repeat that question for me?
I thought that there were legal parameters that would prevent Juneau from just being the landlord for this one specific group of people. I thought that was one of the things, like we couldn't just be the landlords and give this group, like we would have to do this differently if we chose to not develop the land. Like they're
okay.
Just legal issues, I thought.
Yeah, no, I think I understand the question. So we do have code provisions, and there's potentially constitutional standards that would require us to rent or lease property at fair market value. And granted, we have some exceptions, to government entities, for example. So I think in that vein, I think there's some arguments that could be raised depending on what happens if existing properties remain as they currently are.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Mr. Travisstein, carry on.
May I add an extra comment to that, Madam
Yes,
Deputy
please.
Mayor?
Light on.
I'll also add that current lease rates are fair market value, but as people have vacated units, we've left them vacant. And so the Assembly hasn't given us any direction to refill those at market rate. And then we'd look for a process to fill them if it was given.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. All right, so another thing that we've been working on is to provide culture and historic review reports. We do have two that were included in the packet. The first being the cultural resource desktop assessment that was completed by Northern Land Use Research Alaska, and it provides a little more information on the history of Telephone Hill properties and the site and historic significance behind them. Another was an update to the 1984 Site and Structures Survey. The update was completed by MRV Architects, and it works on identifying exact contributing factors to historic significance in both the existing structures and the neighborhood. These two documents are the first major step in a formal Section 106, which would be the identification of factors that contribute to historic significance. In order to proceed with a formal Section 106 review, the next step would then be to craft what's called a determination of eligibility letter. That would very explicitly say these are the contributing factors to either a specific site or the entire, to a specific structure or the entire site in general. And then that document would go over to the State Historic Preservation Office for review and concurrence. There would be probably some back and forth with SHPO about which are exactly the contributing factors or not. And then from there, the process would be how do you mitigate adverse effects to those contributing factors during redevelopment or demolition or preservation. Any modifications up on the hill would have to go through SHPO first, and it would not guarantee the preservation of the existing structures or anything physical. Like I said, it's all about mitigating any adverse effects to those contributing historic factors.
Thank you, Mr. Drivestein. So you or Ms. Koch, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this meeting today, the Assembly is giving two senses of direction. One, a sense of direction on Telephone Hill, which option to refine. And then the second is whether to go further in that Section 106 review. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. So maybe before we move on to the next slide, we can just have a sort of continue the conversation that we've been having and the questions that we've been asking. I read the material in the packet very thoroughly, and I did have a few questions and a few thoughts came up. And one was, we don't have in the packet a summary of the first 40 feet, those two public meetings that have occurred. And I believe that we've been briefed on those, but that's not in the packet. But we can receive that at a later date. So this is a step in the process tonight. I think that would be good to have a sense of the results of those meetings as well. The other thing that would be good to have a sense of is the answers, the written answers from people who took the survey. And I'm not asking that we see every written answer, but those of us that have been involved in a lot of public meetings in our lives or in getting a lot of public input, those can be summarized. And so that would be a very good thing for the Assembly to also have a sense of as we move forward. I think that this Assembly directed staff that we need more housing and that we were interested in more housing on Telephone Hill. This survey that we're looking at tonight, and then the information that we've received from those first 40 feet meetings, neither of those are statistically significant. You know, they're not like a statistically significant analysis. What they are is their information for this body to analyze and then make a decision. And I think I'll just open this. What's that? There's one more slide. If you can jump into that slide and then you'll see why.
Okay, yeah, so this next slide is just looking ahead to next steps. From here, what we would do is, like I had mentioned earlier, go into a refinement of the design concept. A refinement would take the feedback that we receive from our public outreach sessions, that's our public meetings, that's our online survey, and also direction from the committee on how to whittle down the design, so to speak, to best fit the needs of Juneau and provide something that the community could truly use. Refinement would also provide more information on things like site preparation, subdivision design, possible building layout and preliminary floor plans, and cost estimation. And it's from that we would request from the committee to provide a motion to allow the city to proceed with refining design concept C.
Great, thank you. Are there further comments from Assembly members, committee members? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Before I make comments, I'd like to get some more information because I think this would have a bearing on how I would vote on this. I think I did hear you mention that some of the houses have been, or Mr. Blydorn mentioned that some of the houses that had been occupied have since been vacated and not refilled at this time. How many houses are currently occupied by residents?
Mr. Blyder.
Thank you. There are currently 4 units that are vacant. One is a 2-unit duplex, one is a full house, and then one is part of a duplex. And so there are a total of 6 houses in a 5-unit apartment complex up there. And so that's where we're at. The 5-unit apartment complex is full.
Thank you, Mr. Blyder. Ms. Euskandis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My beautiful dash 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 words I was gonna ask a question about went away, so I'm like flipping through my packet here, but I think I can sufficiently describe it, and it's based on the last slide, whoever takes a question, but I just wanted to ask about that refinement of design, because floor plans is one of the bullets, and there's another one similar, like site prep I would expect. There's 2 that I would expect, and then 2 I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I guess what I'm asking is why I was surprised is because, are we talking like percent design of the buildings? Just because I was somewhat surprised that, and I'm all for moving forward so we can get a sense of, going actually out for this and moving this forward. But maybe you could characterize that in other terms. Like, are we talking about, am I thinking about it the right way? Like it's a builder and you're going to give us a percentage of design of a building, and what's that rooted in? Because like I said, 2 or 3 I made sense, and 1 I was surprised by, or 1 or 2 I was surprised by.
Thank you, Ms. Euskandis. Mr. Drevestein.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be a percentage design like you had described. It would definitely be pulled back a little more. For clarification, when we put floor plans on that, that's more to give you a sense on how many dwellings you can get, how many units would actually go on each floor. So you would determine the size of a building you'd want, how many floors would be in each, and then how many units would be on each floor. And that would strictly just to give us a sense of a realistic number of additional dwellings that would go on there.
Thank you, Mr. Drevestein.
That's super helpful. Thank you.
Also parking.
Also parking, yes. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and thanks, Ms. Hughes-Gandes, for that question. My brain was in similar places. And after saying all that, I'm going to forget what I was actually going to ask. Give me 1 second, I'll remember.
Madam Mayor has a motion, and we can then discuss it around that motion. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Sometimes it's easier to have a motion to kind of discuss. So just looking at the recommendation, I would move to have staff proceed with refining design concept option C.
Thank you. Before I ask if there are any objections, I do want to let members of the public in-house and on Zoom know that we are not taking public testimony or comments during this committee of the whole work session. So I'm sorry if anybody felt that that was the case. You did not hear that motion, is that what I'm hearing? Madam Mayor, give it a try.
Sorry, can you hear me now? I would move that have staff proceed with refining design concept option C.
C as in cat. Are there, before we, I guess we can ask for objections or comments. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I object. I believe that, as we've been discussing, this is not a statistically significant survey. It does seem that there is a preference to have a higher density amount of housing. I am hesitant to be in a position where I am asking people who currently live there to leave. And it is my opinion that we can accomplish a lot of the goals that were stated, such as having multifamily housing, such as having the levels of housing that people are asking for. I think we can achieve that and allow people who are living in the area to remain in their homes if we proceed with instead option D. So I will be voting against option C in hopes of.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Ms. Wall, and then Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I remembered my question, so I'm sorry I still have vacation brain. My question is about cost estimation. Not quite understanding kind of how much work goes into redefining. In my mind, cost is a big factor that will be, determining the future of this site. Will there be cost options, or are we just going to get kind of one number? Just thinking through different concepts, it would be good to have some price-based choice.
Wouldn't be too much variability in the cost estimation. A primary piece of the cost estimation will be the civil engineering side of things, the site preparation and getting things ready for new buildings, and that would likely be presented in a unit price type of cost estimate. So that would give you more of a sense of scaling as far as, if more fill were needed to build a foundation for one of the buildings. You can get a sense of how much more it would cost to do another one or take one out. That would be probably the only sense as far as being able to modify it. But the cost estimate that we are referring to would be for a refined concept.
And before we move on, we've got Mr. Bryson and Ms. Atkinson, but before we move on, Madam Mayor has a comment to that cost question. Madam Mayor.
Actually, I don't know if I had a comment to the cost question. I just said I could speak to my motion.
Oh, I thought you were speaking to the cost question. I'll speak to the cost question then ever so briefly. We have discussed, I believe we've discussed at the assembly level and the committee level of the city itself not doing the development, but actually selling the property to have others do the development. So we wouldn't be absorbing those costs. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, please do. And then we've got Mr. Bryson and Ms. Atkinson and Ms. Euskandis.
Thank you. And I'm just reading the recommendation from the sheet because option C did make it, but I think the lands division, for lack of better terms, has heard some of the comments. The picture has a hotel in, and we just heard that that was not a great option. So I think they can take into the options and come up with something that might suit option C, but have a little flavor of option D and B itself. So, and we have to remember that if we leave the houses there, the people that are in them currently may not stay in them because those will go at fair market value. And after my tour there, there's a house there that has some land. It's a big house with a view. That house is going to go for $900,000. And I don't know if there's any residents that can do that. I could be wrong, but a house in the middle of downtown with a view, it's going to go high.
Mr. Blydorn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'd just like to add to both of those two comments that at this stage, option C or any of the options would give staff direction in order to go forth with consultants to determine, for example, how the properties could be re-subdivided, what type of parking would be needed, how the lots could be aligned, underground parking, things like that. It doesn't lock us in to say that if we go this route, we are definitively going to have 100 to 200 units. It's going to set us down a path that would provide properties that would allow partnerships to build individual buildings or any other way the assembly would give the manager direction to move forward. So really, it's almost that we're looking at road alignment, square footage for future properties, and consolidation and things like that at this point. So it's, I don't want to say it's two-dimension, but we're not looking at actual buildings.
Thank you, Mr. Blydorn. We have Mr. Bryson, and then Ms. Atkinson, and then Ms. Euskandis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. The very first rule that I learned in politics when I got on the assembly was when I was sitting at the Planning Commission. One of my first assignments, thank you, Madam Mayor. If you like your view, buy it. It was very simple, but it solved like almost every single Planning Commission vote. Who owns the property? Those are the people that are going to get to say what happens on the property. If you like your view, buy it. And unfortunately, we're in a situation where we have a small group of people that like their view. It's not a situation where they can buy it. I would hate for this assembly to take an action that would stop economic growth for a small group of individuals, a small group of Juneauites. That doesn't seem like the common good or good for the community. We do have a fiduciary responsibility, and I think Madam Mayor was onto the right point. A vacant house on there, it would be our responsibility to sell that at sealed competitive bid, because that's how the assembly would make the maximum value. And that's how we should probably view these. If we're not going to keep this and develop it in this direction, that would most likely be the outcome for any of those properties, because that would be our responsibility. It is our responsibility. Well, I sympathize with the people that are living there. I very much do, but all of the rules dictate that we go in a different direction. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. On the slideshow, like we've mentioned, it says that there's a lot of public feedback on the hotel. And it also mentions maybe there were other common feedback on option C. Is there something that was recurring besides just the hotel?
Like I had mentioned, it was concern over the configuration and size of new buildings that would be up there. A big piece of feedback was people like the current view of Telephone Hill from, say, Main Street. And their concern was new development would just drastically change the landscape. And so a big piece of feedback that I heard a lot was provide housing, but practical, so that it's not drastically changing any of the feel of the neighborhood right now.
Thank you, Mr. Drevison. Ms. Uscandies.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to make a couple of comments and speak to the motion itself. I just upon hearing some of the assembly member comments, and I think it's already been addressed. I mean, the thing that I just want us all to keep in mind as we're making any decisions around Telephone Hill is that we are at crisis levels when it comes to housing. And you guys hear me say that all the time. And I should put it on a t-shirt. But I mean, we truly are in a housing crisis in Juneau. And so why I think it's the right thing to just do this preliminary work for option C. And I think we've heard staff speak to that. And this is very much the preliminary work. There's still time to refine the finer bits of C, but it's important for us to get going on an option that is going to bring us the maximum number of units, because we are at those crisis levels. But I don't think I'm saying anything we don't already know very well. And then I was also going to say in that refinement process, what that looks like in terms of like selling it to someone else to do it versus Juneau being involved in the process. That is also remains to be seen, because I think there's, many ways to do that in partnership. But I'm sure we will get into that, but I don't think any decisions are made there either, as we refine these concepts. But I think it behooves us as an assembly, just because we are in that level of crisis, to start those initial steps that move us forward towards getting as many units as possible. But I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ms. Uscandies. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'll speak in support of this motion for many of the same reasons that Ms. Hughes Candies just did. I just want to make sure that, because when the assembly makes this decision tonight, it's because we've committed to dealing with that crisis. We want to build high-density housing, and not because that's what the survey says. I think it would be an inaccurate reading of the survey to say the majority, everyone in the community wants us, everyone who answered this survey wants us to go for option C. Option C barely, quote unquote, won the survey. I think that's a useful piece of information, but I think our decision should be based on what we think is best for the community, based on what we know. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly, and I have some comments, but I'm waiting patiently for you all to finish. Mr. Kelly. Uh-huh.
Okay. I see option D as a way to have our cake and eat it too. I'm amenable, I think, to coming around to option C based off of, I think, of what Mr. Blythorn said, that at this point it's very much high level, and that can I confirm that there is a possibility that staff could look into keeping some of the houses in there with option C?
Mr. Blythorn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. No, I would say we wouldn't be looking at saving any of these houses if we go with option C, because it looks at the entire site. And if the Assembly wants us to work towards preservation of any of these structures, that would be a different path than we've been sent on since the Assembly retreat of 2002. And so I think now is the time to give the manager that direction if we're going to go towards preservation rather than redevelopment.
And I believe that was December 2022 rather than 2002. That would have been a while ago. Thank you. I will just take an opportunity then to make some comments. And this is based in part on my own read of the survey. And I'm looking at page, well, it's the page that has this little colorful graph on it. Can't tell what, oh, it's page 13 of the packet. And it has been pointed out by a couple of commenters who emailed us that A plus B plus D is equal to approximately 69% of survey respondents, whereas C is equal to about 29% of survey respondents. And A and B and D are all significantly lower density than that high density option of C. My preference is, I didn't like C because it was a whole bunch of sort of high-rise apartment buildings, all nestled together. So it didn't seem like a mixed-use kind of neighborhood. I wasn't sure where the restaurants were going to go, that sort of thing. So I think it is important in my mind that we look at ways, if we're modifying option C, that we look at ways of bringing in some of what's in those other options, maybe some smaller houses. I think I agree with Ms. Hughes-Gandies that we're in a housing crisis, but one of the dangers of being in a crisis is sometimes the crisis drives the decision, and then you can really mess things up by allowing that crisis to drive the decision. And I don't think anyone really wants some great big high-rise right there smack in the middle of Telephone Hill. So that's my comments relative to what I'm looking for. And Ms. Hughes-Gandies, please.
Thanks very much for your thoughtful comments, Madam Chair. I was just going to add on, one thing when we talk about surveys and looking at those, because we received some public comment about that as well. Talking about, for instance, if you take A plus B plus D, that's more than C, which is true. Which is something that I've expressed when we talk about tourism, right? Because if you add up A plus B plus D, the majority of our community has consistently expressed that they want 4 boats or less. And yet we haven't in the past approached the decisions that way. what I can agree with you on is that when we make decisions, we want to look at all the facts. Ms. Wall stated, and I think is very true, when we have been saying go forth on Telephone Hill, that's not because of some survey eking out. It's because as elected policymakers, we have determined that based on the universe of facts at our disposal, that we are seeking housing and possibly, a greater amount of housing. And we want the public process as well to get comments like, hey, maybe not a hotel, or hey, maybe make it look like this, or maybe at a park. I just, I guess it's so funny when we talk about housing, because I know there's 9 of us out there who really want more housing in Juneau, and it is a good feeling when I know we are all pulling in the same direction in that sense. But I just want to kind of argue we have to weigh when we're making decisions and we receive feedback about the feel of a neighborhood or the look of a particular part of town. We really got to weigh that against, I would say we have to weigh that against, how do we bring more people to town? People having a roof over their head. How does that weigh compared to the look of the architecture? And you don't throw away the look of the architecture or the feel of a part of a town. But I am consistently going to keep arguing for the maximum number of people in town who have a house that they can afford. That's what's going to drive my decisions. And I think we kind of have to give that more weight as we try to serve the whole community, than sometimes other things. But not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So that was just, following on your comments, not trying to refute your comments, but just weighing in. We don't treat any other survey in town like that. So I wouldn't, if we're not going to, then I wouldn't want to let this one be the one where we start.
Thank you, Mrs. Candies. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think I'm on the same page here with Ms. Candies. If we asked in a survey what property tax would the community like to pay, they would give us a number that we couldn't use. And in fact, I would use the comments that we get about property tax and how many requests for keeping property tax as low as we possibly could and still balance our budget, or even at the request lower than that. And so that's as much information to me as in the survey. Because the community does want more housing, lower property tax. That's why I'm supporting a direction that would go that way. And then the other thing I would say with this survey, I would like to see it done again, but maybe with actually some real outcomes rather than leaving it a little up. Have it where in no situation do these homes stay the same. You can have this development, or this development. I think we would get a more honest answer than, we even had people say, leave it alone, which we knew we couldn't do. And what's really going to help my decision at the end of this? What is going to allow more families to come to Juneau? If we go with a no here and we try to keep the development low, we're harming the answer to that question. And out of all the scenarios that we've seen, the presentations that we've got, bringing families to Juneau and making Juneau a family-friendly place is how we keep Juneau the strongest for the future. So I'm going to support this. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. And yes, as I said, these are surveys and we are the decision makers. And I think that's what I'm definitely hearing from people. And I agree. I am, however, and I also will say, I don't think we should do more surveys like this. We've got information and we've had the public meetings. I don't think we need to go with any more. But I will sort of reiterate that in this survey, we gave 4 options, and then by a very squeaky little margin, one option was higher. And I'm just looking to staff as they flesh out these options to hear what different assembly members are saying, and to take into account some of the comments that we received that we haven't seen today, and come back with several more fleshed out options of what version C in several different iterations might look like. So I will vote with the mayor. Is there an objection maintained? There is. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. For the motion to have staff proceed with refining design concept C, Mayor Weldon,
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson,
Yes.
Mr. Kelly,
No.
Balakida,
Yes.
Ms. Wall,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Hughes Candies,
Yes.
Mr. Bryson,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Hill.
Yes.
Motion passes 8 ayes and 1 nay.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, you have a comment.
Actually, I have a quick question, and then I have another motion to get the,
Ah.
they went through their recommendations.
Thank you.
Mr. Blydorn, I apologize, I missed the tour today. Were the houses in good shape that you toured?
Mr. Blydorn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Deputy Mayor. Can I defer to Assemblymember Smith, who joined me today?
Mr. Smith, did you want to take that question, or would you rather Mr. Blydorn? Courageous politician that you are.
I'll withdraw the question and take him off the hook.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to talk about my experience. I'm by no means
Okay,
expert.
and I'll
in
do the
state.
motion. So the
And-
purpose of my question is, we've looked at these houses under quite a historical review process, and I know they're the oldest houses in the Webster, supposed to be the oldest continuous living house in Juneau, but when I toured with Madam Deputy Mayor, we didn't go inside, but the outsides are pretty bad, and it would take a lot of renovation to make them historically significant. And also, I don't know if people know that we're actually looking at taking over the Wickersham house, which will just be another thing to add to our tax rolls. So anyway, I'll get to my motion, apologize. So I move that we consider the historic review process is completed to the satisfaction of the Assembly.
Are there any objections? Mr. Kelly?
I don't need to speak to it.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Thank you. Madam Mayor's motion to consider that the historic review process has been satisfied, has met the Assembly's satisfaction. Mayor Weldon,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Hughes Candies,
Yes.
Mr. Bryson,
Yes.
Ms. Wall,
Yes.
Walakida,
Yes.
Mr. Kelly,
No.
Ms. Atkinson,
Yes.
and Deputy Mayor Hill.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Mayor?
I would like to make a comment. So with that being said, I do understand the significance of this neighborhood, that I would hope the museum and or the Lands Division would historically or photographically document this. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break, or I'm going to decide on a 5-minute break, so we will reconvene at 6. We'll go to 6:30. Thank you.
fresh hot water. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are we ready? I bring the Committee of the Whole meeting back to order at 6:30. Ms. Koch, Mendenhall River Glacier Outburst Flood Update.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I wanted to bring this topic to the Committee of the Whole today because it's just such an important topic for the community. And so many of our friends and family and neighbors in the community were impacted by the August eucalypt. I'm not great at that pronunciation, so I'll generally for the rest of the presentation refer to it as the glacial outburst flooding. But I wanted to let people know the last time that staff brought this issue to the Assembly was in November, and there was the listening session. And so the way that this presentation is organized is really in response to the comments that that the public brought to that meeting.
Thank you.
So if you advance the slide, please. All right. There were three primary pieces of public comment that we received in November. The first one was the question of, can CBJ create a natural disaster assistance fund? Second is, what could be done to prevent storm drain overflow? And the third, oh great, that's up there, is a question about what outside expertise CBJ is seeking with regards to trying to mitigate damages from any other future glacial outburst flood. So to take them in order, next slide, please. For natural disaster assistance, this is not a program, CBJ doesn't have a program for natural disaster assistance. The state does have a program in place. I think part of the challenge and the dissatisfaction of the state's program is that the individual assistance maxed out at $21,000. And there were also some challenges in terms of applicability for condo associations. And we know that there were those really major impacts to particularly Building C and Building D in the Riverside condos. So the good news is Senator Keel, and I know that we have Ms. Atkinson from Senator Keel's office, is working on a bill. I don't believe it's been introduced yet, but they're working on a bill to increase the individual assistance very significantly from that $21,000 to $50,000, and also to add some of that flexibility for condo association owners. So that hasn't been introduced yet. It's not referenced in your packet, but it is, I think, a very exciting potential, and something my recommendation would be that CBJ support any such bill, testify, write letters of support, those sorts of things, and let the state lead in that area, because they would just be increasing the amount of assistance available for an existing program where we'd have to start something up.
I just had a clarifying question. So the individuals that lived in the condos did not receive the $21,000 funding? Is that a yes or a no on that?
It depends on what, I think the really expensive things that the condo association needed to do, like armoring their banks, those sorts of things are really not well suited for the current state's individual assistance. But if you were in a bottom unit of an apartment and some of your property was damaged within your four walls, that would be eligible for individual assistance. But that's not where the majority of the expenses were incurred. And I think that's where there was a fair bit of frustration.
Thank you, Director Koch.
All right, moving to the next slide. Thank you. And I'm going to talk a little bit about storm drains in the next two slides, but I want to preface this with I'm not speaking to you about these topics today because storm drains were the cause of the majority of the impact that people felt in this glacial outburst flood. I'm mentioning it because it is something that we've heard from the public that they are concerned about. And we, of course, don't know the nature of the, when we'll have another glacial outburst flood, how high that glacial outburst flood would be. So we had public comment that asked us to really talk more about storm drains. So on this first slide, you could see it's just a map with existing culverts with backflow preventers. And I just really put this slide in here to illustrate that we do have storm drains that have backflow preventers, and they were in place at the time of the flood. It's just that if you go to the next slide, please. Thank you. It's just that we do also have storm drains in place at the time of the flood that don't have backflow preventers. So Chief Architect Bohan has been looking at doing a search for the culverts, the existing culverts that we know of in the areas that are prone to flooding that do not currently have a backflow preventer. And these 8 areas are the storm drains that don't currently have backflow preventers. And we are pursuing some price quotes for the materials as well as the installation work it would cost to install backflow preventers in these 8 storm drains. We think it'll be probably in a ballpark of maybe $400,000 to $450,000 to do this sort of work. So in terms of some of the projects I'll talk about later in this presentation, these are projects on the lower end of the cost scale for prevention work. We're hoping that we could get bid out this project in the spring and actually get these backflow preventers installed in the summer fall time frame. Next slide, please.
And Director Koch, do we have funding in our budget for the backflow prevention work?
Madam Deputy Mayor, we have in our existing CIP, we have some area-wide drainage funds in the CIP that was presented at the last PWFC meeting. We also have some funding in that budget for glacial flooding, essentially addressing some of those drainage issues. And we will also see if there are other grant funds available to potentially offset some of the costs.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Kelly, and then Mr. Bryson.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. I'm judging from the context of the conversation that I was wondering with this when I was reviewing the slide presentation. I take it that the storm drains marked in red are the ones that don't have the backflow prevention, and the ones marked in green are ones that currently do.
Director Koch.
So just looking at, could you go back one slide, please? So there should be, I think there are 8 areas that are marked in, to me it looks like red, but there it almost looks like hot pink, that do not have backflow preventers. But if you went back one additional slide, please. You could see, so it's the same color. The coloration doesn't indicate whether it has the backflow preventers or not. Yeah, it's the 2 red dots.
Thank you. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you. Sorry to get in the weeds here. $400,000 for backflow devices. Are we not able to just retrofit some duckbills on the ends of the pipes? $400,000 seems awfully expensive for what seemed like what I thought was a simple solution. Is that not what we're doing?
Director Koch.
Through the chair to Mr. Bryson, these are most likely they're either going to be duckbills or inline flow preventers, and this is this is not replacing the entire storm drain. This really is the retrofit for those 8 storm drains plus installation. And that's what I gave you is a high estimate. We're waiting for some bids, but I think it's always better to come back and let you know that something costs less than we thought than to drastically underestimate.
Thank you very much for that, Director Koch.
Thank you. Carrying on.
All right, so I won't spend much time on this slide, but I think any mention of the glacial outburst flood, it's just important to know that there's just a lot that happened right after the flood, and just wanted to capture it here for the fullness of the response. I'm really here to focus today on what is new, but these are things you already know about, but I just wanted to capture it for the completeness. And we could go to the next slide. All right. Also, on this flood relief and community support program slide, you've seen much of the information on this slide in previous meetings as well. What is new is the green. So at the top, there's the low interest disaster loan that was from the U.S. Small Business Administration, and they came to Juneau. When I presented to you in November, they were still in their application process. So what's new is we got the download of the information from them with the 35 homes and the 1 business loan that was approved for that a little over $2.4 million in loans from the U.S. Small Business Administration. And then at the very bottom line, you'll see the Mendenhall flood relief. This was the result of local community fundraising that was administered through the Juneau Community Foundation, and they administered $36,823 in 2023. So that's new since November. Next slide, please. All right. So now we're getting to a lot of sort of the newer updates. So one of the, going back to some of the feedback that we heard in November and things that we would also have done ourselves anyway, is this question of, wow, this was such a big problem. What outside resources and the federal government can we look to that have the expertise to try to help us with both technical expertise as well as funding for comprehensive mitigation along the river. So that's what I'll be talking about in these next slides. In terms of the first item, the public assistance, that's not super new. That was CBJ working with the state and DMVA we were trying to get reimbursement for work that we did at, for example, the Mendenhall wastewater treatment plant. So this is for CBJ-owned infrastructure and assets. Then the next item is this Transformational Habitat Restoration and Coastal Resilience Grant that was from NOAA. And this is where CBJ partnered as a co-applicant. The lead is the Southeast Alaska Watershed Council. It would benefit both public and private property. The color coding for the orange is private property because that's what people tend to be the most interested in. So just want to, when we have something that could benefit private property, want to highlight that. That application has been submitted, but we have not yet heard back on that grant application. And sometimes these grant applications can take a while to hear back on. If you go one line down to the Emergency Watershed Program, that is a program from the National Resources Conservation Service, or NRCS. They were, staff from this program came down to Juneau in September, so just weeks after the flood, to see if their program would be a good fit for the river. And they determined that unfortunately, it is not a good fit. They did not see a nexus between their program and the damage and the repair that was needed on the river. But I drilled down a little bit more with NRCS, and I'll come back to them later because they're still on this table. Next item is the Emergency Stream Bank and Shoreline Protection. This is sometimes referred to as a Section 14 program. This is with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And these are projects just for public and nonprofit infrastructure. So it does not cover private infrastructure at all. So most likely, once again, we're talking about things like the Mendenhall wastewater treatment plant or Diamond Park or the approach to the pedestrian bridge, but it is CBJ and nonprofit infrastructure. This is a program that we did submit. So Madam Manager Kester had submitted a letter to the Army Corps of Engineers requesting assistance under this program, and I have other slides that will delve a little bit deeper into that, but this is just the overview. The next item on this list is the Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Program. This is also from NRCS. So when NRCS got back to us, it was, I think, late November, and told us that the Emergency Watershed Protection Program did not have a nexus with our problem and wouldn't be a good solution for us. I continued to press them and say, I mean, surely you must have a program that is a good fit for this situation in terms of flood mitigation and flood prevention. So in a series of conversations, we got to the Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Program. This is an interesting program because it's not necessarily new, but it's new to being applied in Alaska. And I will talk a little, I have a slide about this program as well. We've requested assistance for this program. The other item I wanted to mention was Silver Jackets Mendenhall Flood Mapping Study. This is led by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It will be an interagency effort, including partners like CBJ and DOT and NOAA. We're just getting started on this program, so this is one where I expect that I'll come back to you in the future as this evolves and as we learn more. But the end goal of this study is really to do predictive modeling. So it's not to establish a new FEMA map, for example. It's to say, it's for the hypotheticals. So what if the next time there's a glacial outburst flood, maybe it's the same river stage, but there's also an atmospheric river and it's high tide. Or maybe it's something bigger than we've ever seen before, and maybe the river rises to 16.5 feet. What does that look like for the valley? So it's that sort of predictive modeling that this program is meant to get at. But we're just starting there.
Madam Mayor.
That sounds fascinating. It would be a great exercise in trying to see how we should be prepared, but are we getting into the hazard maps dilemma?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, that is a very good point, and this is, as I mentioned, just something that we're newly learning about, and I'm sure we will be back many times in front of this body to let you know more as this evolves.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. All right, so emergency stream bank and shoreline protection. So these next few slides, I'm delving into some of the grant programs that were on that previous table, just providing a little bit more details. So this program, once again, this is the one that's just for public infrastructure and nonprofit infrastructure. It's led by the Army Corps of Engineers. It's one of the things that, as we learned about these different grant programs and opportunities, one of the concerns that I had was that, we certainly don't want to do anything, take an action at a staff level that in some ways obligates or seems like it's a promise of funding in the future, because that's not my role. I know the power of the purse comes with the elected officials. So I really asked a lot of questions about, if we start this process and we ask you initially for assistance, I wanted to make sure I understood what the steps were, and I wanted to understand where in the process there would potentially be obligations of funding. So for this, So there's some draft language there that you could see that was actually an excerpt. There's a template letter that these programs ask for you to submit to them. But I think I would draw your attention to, they call it a federal interest determination. It feels like every program has a slightly different terminology or variation on this theme. But the first step is does not obligate CBJ for any funding. It is paid for solely by the federal agency, and it's really their very first step to look at the river and try to understand whether it makes sense to go further down the path and how much money it might take to go further down the path. So that first 100,000 is they do this federal interest determination. And then at some point they come back to CBJ and they're either going to say, oh, the issues that you have are really not a good fit, like NRCS told us with the Emergency Watershed Protection Program. Or they'll say, it looks like it could be a good fit. We estimate that a feasibility study is going to cost X amount of dollars. If CBJ would like to proceed with that feasibility study, it's a 50-50 cost share, and you would have to obligate those, commit to those funds. And then, of course, that's even just for the feasibility study. Then, in terms of the project costs itself, if we went even further down that path, there's a 35% total cost of the project that would have to be covered by CBJ. And this is just to let you know that I'm not asking you to make any of these decisions now, but just to let you know decisions that might come to you in the future as we learn more about these processes. The other thing I asked the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers for in this project, because I thought, oh, before we get to NRCS, we were talking about the whole run of river. This, by comparison, is going to be like probably easier. You know, it's a much more finite universe. How long does this process take, Army Corps, typically? And they said, oh, 5 to 7 years from the time that you write a letter. So also just to establish expectations that these are really long-term processes, unlike, say, backflow preventers that we hope to get in the fall.
Director Koch, I appreciate your sense of fiduciary responsibility. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Director Koch, as it has been told to us as we were talking about this event frequently last summer, that it's going to happen again, that it's not if, it's when, and how bad will it be. And now we have a section of the river that is a straight shot, used to snake down to that same point. It's going to go down with higher volume. We're going to have an issue at Kilowitch and below. If we get this process started and we have another massive event that is community, that affects the whole community, how does that impact this program and maybe a couple of the programs before? How many times do we have to get hit with the same event before the federal government pays attention? Thank you.
Director Koch.
Through the chair to Mr. Bryson, in speaking to the federal agencies for this Section 14 program, and when I speak next about really the big one, NRCS, which is in the next slide, I think we have their attention. When we've had conversations with them, they understand the severity and the impact. I think just the federal government is really slow. And we anticipate that, which is part of the reason why we wanted to kick off these letters, just to start this process, especially once I got assurance that writing these letters didn't obligate CBJ to any money. It just gets us in the queue. So I definitely advocated, and of course, City Manager Kester made the final decision, and she signed those letters just to get us in the queue so that we could start these processes, because these timeframes are so long.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. All right, this is the one, this is the big one. So this is NRCS again, this Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Program. So this is what I think most of the times when what people are probably envisioning when they've said, gosh, what can be done comprehensively along the whole river, public property, nonprofit, private, everything. This program seems like the best fit. This was the program that he had mentioned. This Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Program is not a new program, federal program, but it is newly implemented in Alaska. What we heard from our colleagues at NRCS in Alaska is essentially Alaska never got projects under this program, to be frank. And there was a pattern of that, and the congressional delegation let their dissatisfaction be known. And Alaska, was invited to, oh, we really should get some projects going in Alaska. There are, so for NRCS, they had, in some ways, probably this is not the term that they use, but like a call for nomination of projects. They asked for projects because they were getting this pressure from, or expression of interest that the congressional delegation wanted Alaska projects. And they had a call for nominations, and there were 18 different communities that nominated different projects. This was before our August 5th flood, so we were not in that queue. However, we have, Madam Manager Kester has also signed a letter to NRCS expressing interest to get us in the queue for this project, this program. What they have told us is they expect this next round of project requests to get forwarded to their central office in Washington, D.C., probably in the July timeframe. And then what happens here is the very first step, and this is part of my like, oh, I'm not going to recommend anything that has any cost without the Assembly's knowledge. This first phase, they said, no cost to the city. So the very first step is this preliminary investigation and feasibility report. And this is where I mentioned all these programs have a slightly different terminology for the first step. But this first step is really, in some ways, a desk report. They don't come and do site work. They've already been here in the past. They gather all the information that they know about. And they make a determination to see, well, is this a good fit for this program? And if so, this next table below is really important because they have these different categories that projects can fall into. And there's flood prevention at the very top. And you can see probably the most important thing there is that there's the highest level of federal government paying for pieces of it. Then there are other categories. The broad category is watershed protection. Now the kind of confusing part is one of the subcategories under watershed protection is flood control. So there are two categories that flood control can fall into, and which category NRCS determines that you fall into really drives how much, what percentage the federal government will pay for. So we hope to get that information from this preliminary investigation and feasibility report. You may sometimes, because everybody has their own acronyms, hear PIFR. NRCS will refer to that as a PIFR. That's what they're talking about. So we have tried to get in the queue there. I've asked them, and of course they won't commit to, what types of projects are we really talking about that could be considered under this program? And they said it's everything from draining the basin, to levees, to stream bank stabilization, to buyouts, just buying out properties along rivers. Oftentimes, those can be the most cost efficient from the federal government's perspective. However, they do know, in relating back to some of the comments on our first agenda topic, that Juneau has a housing crisis and we don't have endless flat land that people can just move to other places. But that is one item that they would consider. And these are big, big projects. These are tens and tens of millions of dollars in the projects that we're talking about here. Thank you. Next slide, please. So LiDAR. This is, I think, Madam Deputy Mayor, you had asked me at the November meeting to make sure that I keep the Assembly up to date on LiDAR support. So we had requested that support from DOT, and that's really important because that's going to become the basis of mapping that we use for, this is the FEMA mapping that's important for flood insurance purposes. And DOT South Coast Region was really helpful, and they committed to help us with this effort. And then Wrangell happened. And there, as you could imagine, that was a tragedy with loss of life that they redirected their efforts there. When they were done with their work in Wrangell, then we wound up getting lots of successive snowstorms. The LiDAR doesn't work well when there's snow on the ground. So we are definitely in the queue, and DOT is committed to helping us get this LiDAR work done when there's not snow on the ground, and God willing, there's not another natural disaster that takes their immediate attention.
And the LiDAR, we're talking about LiDAR mapping of the Mendenhall River.
Yes, ma'am.
So we can compare. Thank you.
Yes. Next slide. Mendenhall River cleanup. So Team Rubicon. So this is a really interesting and exciting group that honestly I did not know about before the August glacial outburst flood. They are a nonprofit voluntary group. They are comprised of veterans, and they use their military training to assist communities after natural disasters. Now, they have presence, much deeper presence in other communities. They don't have that much of a presence in Juneau, but they would like to change that. And they're interested in coordinating with CBJ on a river cleanup. This would just be a cleanup of non-natural debris. So this is housing material. This is not like a downed tree that people are unhappy with. It's building materials.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I've done this. I've cleaned the Mendenhall River from a river raft, just me and another guy. These guys have experience cleaning a river with frigid water. I mean, it sounds like it'd be real easy to just go clean a river. But if the stuff's never in like an easy to reach spot, it's always in the hardest spots. There's stuff in the middle of the river. You can't do it without getting wet. So that would be my only real concern for them, is do they have experience in cold water navigation? And the river's a mess right now. And with I would hope that they have at least professionals on board, because that could be a pretty dangerous situation there.
Yeah, and I also know a little bit about this team, and they have amazing experience, and they are really top-notch. So, Director Koch.
Through the chair to Mr. Bryson, this is a pretty highly trained group, but there would also be additional training. They would get support from CCFR in terms of the boating to get to those particular locations. This work is best done while the river is low. They would first do reconnaissance on the river to see what is possible, and that's the next likely stage. And then after the reconnaissance and all of that training, then they would actually do the cleanup itself. But this is, I think, exciting both from the perspective of it has the potential to clean up this non-natural debris on public lands, so it's not going onto private property. But it also, they're really hoping to build their the size of their group in Juneau, so when there is another Eucalypt and people need assistance, that they have sort of built the strength of their group, and they could help with disaster recovery sort of closer to the event.
Mr. Bryson.
A follow-up.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that Alaska Travel Adventures, the river rafting operation, did do a river clean about a month after the event.
Thank you.
One of our local operators.
Thank you for that. Director Koch.
All right, thank you. This just takes us to the next slide. this is just to let you know that this is going to be a continuing conversation as we learn more about these different federal programs and as we get information on these different reports from the Army Corps of Engineers and NRCS, and we'll just continue to touch base with the Assembly on this issue because it's important, and we want to, let everybody know we have not forgotten this issue.
Director Koch, thank you very much for all of your work on this. And I also wanted to mention that flood insurance can be obtained typically through your homeowner's policy carrier, and that insurance is guaranteed by FEMA. So just want people to be aware that you can get flood insurance and FEMA guarantees it. Yes, Mr. Bryson.
We're able to get that flood insurance because the city of Juneau participates in the federal flood insurance program. Did I say the phrase right? So CBJ had to participate in that, and that's why we get the preferred flood rates.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Mr. Bryson, yes, that is correct. If you want more details on that program, I would quickly get out of my depth, but we do have Director Lawhorn here who knows more about that program if there's interest in that.
Thank you. I think we're good for now, but thank you for that comment. That was really good. Director Koch, thank you so much. And I think we are moving now on to transportation options.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm going to ask the clerk if you're able to promote Alex Pierce as a panelist. Excellent. I'm getting the thumbs up. Ms. Pierce, would you start us off in terms of providing? Oh, she can't hear me? Okay. I will wait. All right, Miss Pierce, can you hear me? You're still on mute. So can you check your sound?
There we go. Ms. Pierce, can you hear us?
Ms. Pierce, we can't hear you. Can you hear us?
Ms. Pierce, can you hear us now? You texting? We'll get this sound issue worked out presently.
And Madam Deputy Mayor, I would request that we give Ms. Pierce a few moments here to try and get her technology issues worked out, but if they don't, we have conferred on this topic and.
Sorry, I can't hear you at all, and I could hear this meeting just fine before I was moved over to a panelist. So I'm working on it on my end.
It looks like Ms. Hughes Candies can hear us. And well, Halagadot can hear us. Okay. So we'll just give a couple minutes. We're being asked for a break. Maybe we'll take a 2-minute break. Just stand up and stretch your legs.
Gotcha. And okay, I'm back on, so let's test this. Okay.
Hi, Ms. Beers, can you hear us?
Alex, can you hear me? Alex, can you say something so we could see if we can hear you? You just heard her? I didn't hear her.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, excellent. Okay.
And Alex, can you nod if you could hear me? Okay, all right. We'll wait just a moment for Madam Mayor to join us. We'll bring this meeting back to order at 7:12. Ms. Pierce, I'm glad we got this problem worked out. Please shoot, and please note, for purposes of the agenda, we're almost 2 hours in and we've got 2 more items on the agenda, so we'll want to be fairly efficient so we don't keep people here all night. Ms. Pierce.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So Director Koch and I will kind of co-present this, and I will start by characterizing why we did the project. We've had that question from the Assembly. So for a number of years, a number of decades, really, there's been discussion of a downtown circulator throughout CBJ planning documents and policy discussions. And we did a circulator in the 80s. We did have a downtown circulator. Page 23 of the plan talks about the various efforts where planning documents where a circulator has been discussed. So most recently, we discussed it during the Blueprint Downtown planning process. And that plan recommended kind of evaluating visitor circulator options and promoting our downtown circulator service. That it's not called a circulator, it's a downtown free transit route, but it already exists. And so moving forward from that, after some interest from DBA and urging to look further into a circulator, urging from JCOS and DBA to apply for some grants for an electric bus for a circulator, we used passenger fees to commission this study on the utility of a downtown circulator, how something like that would operate, and how much it would cost. And so this is the result. And so I think the goal tonight is for the Assembly to make a decision on a downtown circulator, or, you know, the goal moving forward, should you recommend this to the full Assembly, is for the Assembly to make a decision on a downtown circulator, because we need that step to either move forward or not. So
And
I'm sorry. Ms. Pierce, I think we're talking tonight about both the downtown circulator and the tripper service.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I will get to the tripper service in just a second. But that's more of a yes or no decision. I think the assembly has multiple options for the downtown circulator. So I wanted to characterize those right off the top, and then speak briefly about both options. And so I think for a downtown circulator, the assembly can just choose to vote no. We don't want a downtown circulator. The assembly can vote to adopt the plan, or the assembly can also recommend that staff do a better job advertising the downtown shuttle that exists through Capital Transit, and Director Koch can give more details about that. The assembly can choose to adopt the plan but not fund the downtown circulator portion, and direct staff to do a better job of marketing what we have before funding a circulator. The assembly can choose to adopt the plan, not fund the circulator right now, and direct staff to do an RFI to see how private operators might fund the circulator, or the assembly can adopt the plan and fully fund the circulator. We hired LSC Consulting out of California to perform this study, and then we also asked them to look at a glacier tripper option, or rather to analyze the situation that was happening at the glacier, because we had these professional consultants on board and we felt that it was the responsible thing to do. So they came up with the recommendation that you see before you for a circulator, the recommendation that you see before you for the glacier, which is a tripper service. And then they came out with the recommendation to do limited late afternoon return trips from closer to the visitor center. The PWFC recommended that option does not move forward to the COW, so that's not under consideration tonight. And that option is also not supported by the Forest Service or any of the private operators. So before Director Koch kind of gets into
one moment. Are there questions from members of the Committee of the Whole before we move on? Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Maybe I'll keep that way away from me. So I count me as one of the members of the public that didn't know we offered free service downtown. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe Director Koch was planning to talk about that after I spoke, so I would defer to her now.
Director Koch, did you want to give us a brief description of the free service?
I'd be happy to. I'm trying to figure out, is that volume okay?
Yeah, I think that we've got it turned down right now.
Okay, so Capital Transit currently has what's called a ride-free zone. And what that is Route 1, which is inbound from Douglas. When it comes across the bridge and it's going along Egan and it's doing all of its different stops, and once it gets into the downtown core, you could get on that bus in front of the downtown public library, and then the bus will continue around the roundabout. It will go up Franklin. There's a stop on Franklin, then it makes a left on 4th Street. It gets you to in front of the legislature, because it's not just for tourists. I think it's also for our citizens that need to access, that might have mobility issues and need to access the legislature. And then after you go to 4th, then it makes another left down Main Street, and it winds up at the downtown transit center. And I admit that we have not done as good a job as we can in advertising that, and we plan to make it much more prominent on our website. And we're hoping that all those blogs that have travel blogs that have picked up that it's only $2 to take a public bus out to a stop that's a mile and a quarter from the glacier will also pick up that if you want to go around downtown, there's this ride-free zone, and that will get some traffic that way.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, follow up.
Follow up, how frequent is this downtown loop?
It's about every half hour, one every half hour.
Well, thank you. We have Ms. Huskandis, and then we have Mr. Kelly.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just since we're offered the chance to ask questions. Ms. Pierce, I really appreciate you saying this is or shaping, like you could do this, you could do that, you could do this. In terms of adoption of this plan, I view this more as like we hired these consultants, they did this comprehensive study, it's useful for decision making, but also I guess another option would be we could just take it and I mean, of course, it's always good to, move forward with making a decision. But would you characterize that also as you could not fund it and you could just hold on to this and in the future? Do you see a real difference between that and adoption? Just so I have context.
Thank you, Ms. Huskandis. And I think one issue that I have seen is that certain plans, if they're not adopted by the assembly, then don't end up on the website, and we wouldn't want that to happen for sure. Don't end up available. Ms. Pierce, to Ms. Huskandis' question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And through the chair, yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of splitting hairs. It's always helpful, as Ms. Hale said, Deputy Mayor Hale said, to adopt plans. It kind of formalizes them. When there's staff turnover, we don't always know about the plans that exist, and sometimes citizens surprise us with plans and studies that CBJ did decades ago that we weren't aware of. So by having plans adopted, they're more readily available to us. And an adoption is not a bill of funding. It's not an appropriation. And so there would still be further assembly action if you chose to go that route.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly, and then Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And to follow up somewhat on Madam Mayor's question, because I also was not aware of this downtown free zone service. And just to kind of help with my understanding of this, is this a part of an established bus route? Were you saying that? And if so, is the free service like how is it enforced if you're heading out of the downtown area?
Director Koch, I know the answer, but go for it.
Through the chair to Mr. Kelly, that loop, you don't have to worry about somebody then traveling outside of the downtown core because it is an established, the answer to your first question is it is an established bus route. It's Route 1, which covers Douglas and then comes over the bridge into Juneau. And then to your second question about enforcement, could somebody get on the free zone and then ride, the rest of the system? You wouldn't be able to do that because that loop that starts at the downtown public library and does this loop at the legislature and ends down at the downtown transit center. And at the termination of that stop, everybody has to get off of the bus.
Madam Mayor.
Just taking my turn. I'm concerned that this is that big a loop too, because I thought initially when we were doing it, we were just looking at the downtown, but the fact that we all go all the way out to Overstreet Park, are we going to compete against any private entities? Because I don't know the name of the company, so I can say there's a trolley car that I think goes there. There's the pedicabs. There's several private entities.
Ms. Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor. The trolley that exists today is not hop on, hop off. And Serene Hutchinson from Juneau Tours and Whale Watch is on Zoom and is willing to take questions as a private sector business that may be competed with. And as a business that it may be interested in contracting, should we do the contracted version of the service. So she can provide that insight if the assembly cares to. But they used to do hop on, hop off with the trolley. And from what I understand from my conversation with Ms. Hutchinson today, The level of dispatch required was too much of an administrative burden with trying to decide whether to have one trolley on or 3 trolleys. And so they changed the programming to just a city tour that goes around the city and out to DIPAC. And the issue of whether to do Route 1 or Route 2, as shown in the plan, there was a shorter and longer option. I think that if we did decide to proceed with this and we issued an RFI for potential contractors, we could have the tour operators provide their perspective on it and revisit that discussion as we're actually analyzing real costs. I don't think that the route is a decision that the assembly would have to make tonight if it's something that you want to move forward.
Mr. Kelly, and then maybe after this question, maybe we can let poor Ms. Pierce finish this part of the presentation. Okay, thank you. Ms. Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And you asked a lot of questions that the answers to which were in the rest of my presentation. So I really don't have that much else to say beyond that. We did the stakeholder outreach that we did on this involved a survey through DBA to DBA businesses. It involved reaching out to bus operators that work both at the Glacier and downtown. And it involved reaching out to community organizations. We also asked about it in the 2022 survey, resident survey. 69% of people supported a visitor transportation option. It was a pretty loosely worded question. And generally in the planning documents over the years that we've done, people support a circulator. Many of the circulator analyses we've done have been for residents rather than for visitors. The discussion kind of evolved into a visitor circulator being something that kind of met the greatest need and could also potentially benefit residents and maybe move into something that operated year round if it was successful later. It seemed like a low risk way to approach this topic. But, you know, it comes down to whether or not it's something that the assembly wants to fund, whether or not it's something that the body feels like is going to meet the needs of moving visitors throughout downtown and providing another option for people after they come back from their other tours. And you know, whether that's something that we think is a valid use of marine passenger fees and staff administrative time for supporting. To speak to the Glacier briefly.
If we could, Ms. Pierce, if we could first go to Mr. Kelly, because I think you have a question.
I can wait until the end of her presentation.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to cut people off. Ms. Pierce, please.
No, it's all good. And thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And I just wanted to quickly characterize the Glacier situation because the same questions come up over and over again. Can we charge visitors more? Can we move bus stops? You know, can we limit capital transit service to residents? And the answer has been continually capital transit is a public service, and our duty is to serve all customers on our routes. So the Tripper service is an attempt to solve the problem that's before us. We have too many people riding the city bus in the summer, and we're skipping people at bus stops. There's also been discussion about, well, can we get tour companies to drop off right outside the Glacier, or can capital transit you know, advertise service that drops off outside the Glacier. In speaking to the Mendenhall Glacier recreation area staff about this, their permits are based on the permits that they allocate for commercial users are based on the carrying capacity of the facility. They also have a mandate to allow any members of the public in, and that includes people who walk up off the city bus. The Forest Service is not supportive of the idea of more capacity being added outside of their gates. They feel like their facility is already kind of heavily used, maybe maxed out on use some days, and the peak times would be the same. So they're not supportive of that option, and we want to, staff feels that we want to support our partners at the Forest Service in that. That said, the Forest Service did issue its letter of decision on their management plan, the Mendenhall Glacier Recreation Management Plan, and that once certain infrastructure improvements are made, they are anticipating issuing more permits. I believe they have about 530,000-ish, these numbers are not exact-ish permits now. They're looking at about 850,000 at full build out, and they would increase permits by increments of 30% of the difference, so around 115,000 permits with each facility improvement. So their plan for 2026 is to have a new parking lot constructed. So there would be another permit allocation that came with that. With the next level of infrastructure, there would be another permit allocation and so on. So there is a little bit of relief coming on the glacier front, probably for summer of 2026. We've also been working closely with the visit with the glacier and with the tour operators on this summer. Tour operators are changing their programs and offerings, and we're running a campaign encouraging people to book their glacier trips in advance. We're not anticipated that operators will run out of permits by midsummer, so we're very optimistic that this summer will function a lot better than last summer. But of course, people will still take the city bus. It's out there on all the blogs. It's an option that people know about. So we want to be prepared for the influx, which we do anticipate will be a bit more measured from last year. And with that, I think I'll turn it over, take any more questions and turn it over to Director Koch for more of the transit nuts and bolts component.
Thank you, and this might be a question I'll ask first of Director Koch. Is Capital Transit ready? Is Capital Transit prepared to do the tripper service this year?
Madam Deputy Mayor, we are ramping up to do a tripper service for this summer, so the summer of 2024. One important element is that we put in a request for marine passenger fees. So to the extent that we get marine passenger fees, we can run more service. What we did last summer is that when we saw sort of the pattern of the high use stays, we would, as staff were available, we would run additional service out to back loop, and people, excuse me, people generally get off at that Dredge Lake stop and then walk that mile and a quarter. We didn't advertise that service because it was a little bit catch as catch can, and we didn't have budget to really scale something up and make it formal. So if we did not receive marine passenger fees this summer, we would run a pretty similar service to what we did during the summer of 2023. If we received marine passenger fees as we've requested, we would formalize that service. We would run it more frequently. We would advertise it. And it would probably be, we'd brand it slightly differently. We'd call it Mendenhall Express, or we could always, of course, change the name. But the concept would be, it would start at the downtown transit center. Then it might just express right to back loop at that Dredge Lake stop. Then it would continue on back loop until you turn on Mint and Turner, and then you get to Riverside Drive, you sort of do that little loop back there. And then there could be stops on Riverside Drive, and then the bus would go to Downtown Transit Center and would probably then just express would go to the Valley Transit Center and then would likely just express from Valley Transit Center to Downtown Transit Center. And we could, of course, make tweaks to that, that itinerary and those routes, but we would be able to run some version of a tripper during the summer of 2024.
Thank you very much. And we have first Alex, and then Madam Mayor, and then Mr. Bryson, and then Mr. Kelly. Alex, or Ms. Pierce, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to add that we do have sufficient funds in the passenger fee fund balance for the first part of the season before we roll into FY25 to fund a tripper service should that be decided.
Okay, thank you very much. And I believe we really have two decisions facing us tonight. One is the downtown circulator, and the other is the tripper service. So, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We were short on bus drivers last year. Do we have enough bus drivers to do a tripper?
Director Koch.
Through the chair to the mayor, we believe that the labor market has gotten a little bit better. We've been more successful more recently in some of our recruitments. That is always a bit of an X factor, but we do think that we're in a better position both because of the labor market and the NeoGov system that we're using to recruit for positions. Our more recent hires that have been bus drivers have actually come from out of town. They've had local connections, family members, and those sorts of things, but we're seeming like we're casting a wider net.
Thank you. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. On the topic of enough bus drivers, last year, or might even been the year before that, the Lemon Creek bus route that went the furthest into the Lemon Creek area, turned around by the jail, that route had gotten cut from half-hour service to 3 times a day. What is the service to that? Trying to think of the right phrase, to that bus stop that's down there, the furthest into Lemon Creek by the jail. Thank you.
Director Koch.
Through the chair to Mr. Bryson, as part of that tripper service, there would be no change to that Route 7, but I understand your point of, I think you're getting to an equity sort of question of if we could hire more drivers, why don't we have more service back into Lemon Creek? And so I wanted to revisit part of why those original decisions were made. It was partially due to a shortage of bus drivers, but also partly that we just had really low counts in terms of how many people were riding that portion of the segment versus we get so much of our high traffic areas are places like Fred Meyer and along Back Loop Road. So it was a little bit of some of the rebalancing that happens in a busing system where you try and provide, you never have enough resource, but you try and provide the most resource to the highest number of passengers.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I was going to, I think Madam Mayor actually asked the question I was going to ask, but I did have a couple others, and this kind of digs a little bit into the supplemental materials, this one. It's my understanding that with the downtown circulator and with the tripper service, we might need to purchase a couple new buses. If we is that the case, and would that still be the case if we didn't go with the circulator option?
Director Koch.
Through the chair to Mr. Kelly, in terms of the tripper service or the sort of an augmented service of what we already have, we plan to do that with the buses that we already have. In terms of purchasing new buses, that was part of the plan, or the need for more buses comes into play with the downtown circulator. And then the options for running that circulator would either be that we contract it out, and part of that contract would be to provide for additional buses. There's also, of course, the option that Capital Transit would operate a downtown circulator. In having conversations with the Federal Transit Administration, I think there had been, maybe some have assumed that if Capital Transit either contracted out or ran a downtown circulator ourselves, that the benefit of doing that versus having it fully operated by the private sector is that we would be eligible to apply for all these low-no grants to buy electric buses and to buy electric bus charging infrastructure. And when we spoke to, we were very fortunate to have the Deputy Administrator of the Federal Transit Administration come out here last summer, all the way from Washington, D.C., along with Region 10 colleagues. We asked the question about whether we could apply for those grants for a tourism-oriented public transit. And they essentially said, you know, these are really competitive grants. So they didn't say no, but they did say these are competitive grants, and tourism-oriented transit generally does not rank well when you're competing for public transit dollars. So I think it's unlikely that we would be able to get federal tax dollars to pay for that infrastructure.
Thank you. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I think I want to pick our tourism manager's kind of brain in terms of her opinion. And there was a lot in here, so I'm sorry if this was covered in more data than I'm absorbing, but you know, in my mind, when we set about doing this project, there was an understanding that no one really knew what we meant when we said downtown circulator. You know, different people had different opinions. In my opinion, this is a worthy thing for us to pursue if we are helping deal with the congestion downtown. And so maybe my question is for you, Ms. Pierce. Do you think this would make a meaningful dent in congestion?
Ms. Pierce. And after Ms. Wall, we do have Ms. Scandies.
Thank you, through the chair. I don't know that it would make a meaningful dent in congestion downtown. I mean, it's adding 3 extra buses downtown. I do think it would likely distribute people through downtown a little bit more. I know that that's DBA's interest in a circulator, is that people tend to kind of get balled up in the South Franklin area, and some passengers don't make it all the way into what, as Juneau residents, we might consider downtown. So I think the benefit is more in passenger distribution and less in traffic congestion mitigation. All those buses that are still taking people on tours are going to continue taking people on tours, and that's not going to change. And it certainly would not supplement or replace the AHA docks shuttle. It wouldn't even go as far as the AHA docks. So you know, that congestion mitigation effort is really being fixed by the Seawalk rather than by a circulator service.
Thank you, Mrs. Scandies.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
After
A
that,
question.
Mr. Kelly, and then Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I actually greatly appreciate all the supplementary material that we got on all of these. You know, it's great to have too much to dig through than not enough. Of course, the danger of that is some of this is super dense, so then you start to be like, maybe you already gave me this answer and I just am saturated in tables and it's evading me. I think I will frame this as one of the reasons I think a downtown circulator has been kicked around historically, and it pops up in a lot of plans, and is this evergreen idea that comes up, is that part of I think as imagined by residents, or as it's been presented to me as from people reaching out, is that there would also be the benefit of like a sort of park and ride situation, the perceived parking problem or perceived parking problem is brought up for locals. And I just really, the sort of outcomes that recommendations for the circulator in this, I feel like that's just like totally goes away. And there it is kind of referenced, but I'm wondering if someone wants to take a crack at having staff probably having spent more time with these findings and outcomes, how you really think that happened and whether you really think these are just two different ideas, a tourism circulator versus a park and ride situation. And maybe that's not the way to describe it, but I think you know what I mean.
Thank you, Mrs. Gandy's. Ms. Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I can take a stab at that, and then maybe Director Koch has some additional comments. When I was working on the Blueprint Downtown project in my former role, there was a great deal of discussion about this. We've, I think, spent 3 meetings talking about transportation, and this came up at every single one of them. And the discussion around the park and ride concept was that Juneau just, we're not a big enough community to really truly support a park and ride. It's hard in a community our size where commutes are only 15 minutes or shorter to get people out of their cars. And I think we're seeing that at the Valley Transit Center, where the park and ride facilities there aren't particularly heavily used. There was discussion about maybe busing people out of downtown to a transfer facility where then all of their tours are dispatched from another facility. And same thing, the distances aren't long enough to make something like that worthwhile. And while we still have free 2-hour parking downtown, and while we still, or even just affordable and accessible parking, it's just too big a hurdle to get people out of their cars. And this is highly anecdotal and personal, but I think it's relevant. I live in the flats. I live about a minute from the federal building, and I walk to work almost every day. And if I need my car during the day, I drive. If it's pouring rain, I drive. And I don't see myself using a bus I don't see a circumstance where I'd really use a bus. And I think a lot of residents are in a similar situation to me. So the idea of a visitor circulator, which can be funded through passenger fees, I think was a little bit more palatable and easy to advance because of the desire of downtown businesses and the funding source than something for residents that would need to compete with the rest of the capital transit budget.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Next, I have Mr. Kelly, and then I have Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I guess what had me a little bit excited about the downtown tripper was not just the get on, get off, but the fact that we were considering using electric buses. And and some of the information I'm seeing in here in the supplemental materials, it's possible I'm misreading it because there is a lot here, that this might actually turn a profit depending on what funding sources we use for the buses. My question, I realize that was a bit of a statement. I'm pulling up Bryson here. My question is, would we be able, if we did end up purchasing the buses for the downtown tripper service, which is only operated seasonally, would we be able to use those buses throughout the rest of the year, these new electric buses for other routes? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Ms. Pierce, or Director Koch.
I was going to say, I think that Ms. Pierce, I think that's more of a capital transit question, so
Indeed.
I will take that. The answer to that is a little nuanced, and that is when you apply for grants to the federal government, these low-no grants to get low-emission vehicles, which generally what we've done is we've applied for electric vehicles. They have a bit of a formula where they understand based on your routes how many buses a transit service would reasonably need to run their routine routes. The challenge would be in trying to make the case to the federal transit agencies that we need extra buses that would primarily be used for a seasonal service. But of course, if one of our regular buses broke down, we could swap it in for sure. But I think we wouldn't be competitive in terms of saying that we needed this sort of overcapacity number of buses because they would just really be used seasonally. So it's not the Federal Transit Administration didn't give us a definitive no. They just said, very unlikely.
Yeah, thank you. Next we have Mr. Smith, and I'm going to bump him ahead of a couple people just because he hasn't weighed in yet. And then we have Madam Mayor and Ms. Uskandis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Ms. Koch or Ms. Pierce, I'm sorry if I've missed it in the packet, but what are the expected, or do you know the expected costs of either of these services, the Tripper as well as the downtown circulator? I thought I saw something in the report for the circulator, but I didn't. A number for the Tripper didn't stick in my mind.
Ms. Koch.
Through the chair to Mr. Smith, there are, and I understand because it's a voluminous packet, in this Juneau Visitor Circulator Study, there are tables that talk about the cost. So for example, the table 19 is downtown circulator operating costs, and they talk about them in light of being, it's a little bit of variability, but maybe as high as $471,000 to run that circulator. And this also ties into, I think, part of Mr. Kelly's last question that I apologize I didn't fully answer, is that this concept of, well, maybe if we charge $5 for this service, maybe we could actually turn a profit. And that is the proposal and the hypothesis that we have from a California-based consultant that I think, with all respect to the great work they've done on the routes, I don't think they fully understand Alaska pricing. And I very strongly suspect that if we went out for an RFI, we would get quotes that are higher than what the California company thinks it would cost. The other component of this thought that maybe the fares would exceed the operating costs and therefore there might be some profit is this concept of charging more money, whether it's $5 or $10, whatever the additional amount of money is for a downtown circulator versus our standard adult fare on Capital Transit, which is $2. There are some, this is another one of like FTA didn't give us a black and white answer when we asked this question, can we have differing fares? Because they're generally pretty sensitive to discrimination and needing to serve all customers equally. If we were a larger community, if we were categorized as urban as the FTA defines it, they said hard no. You can't charge $5 for one route and $2 for another route. You can't do it. We're categorized as a rural transit agency, and they said, you really should do a study because you might incur some legal liability for charging differing amounts of fares for different rates. So that was something we'd have to look into further, but they said that there may be some legal liability associated with different fares for different routes.
Following quickly on Mr. Smith's question, did we have a and I was just looking through our finance packet, did we have a cost associated with the Tripper route? Just trying to find out if that was listed in our projects.
Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, we do have a cost. I would say the tripper concept is scalable. But this is also why I thought, oh, I think our California consultants don't know Alaska prices. Because when Capital Transit staff put together a request for marine passenger fees, and they put together, a pretty full service tripper concept, like every 15 minutes, 7 days a week, enhanced Sunday service, because we see a lot of, we're not meeting the needs on Sunday. You're talking about $750 to, $900,000 in that range for that level of service. But the tripper concept, I think, is scalable. If that's more than the community wants to pay in marine passenger fees, we could scale back and not have a 15-minute service. We could have 30-minute service or hourly service. So that's a scalable concept.
Thank you. Going now to Madam Mayor and then Ms. Euskandis.
So actually, my question kind of goes in what you just said. The tripper, we know, so what I'm weighing the tripper against, it's going to compete directly with the bus companies, the tour bus companies. And like you said, it's even on the blog, it's $2. So I'm wondering, what if we switch the time from like July 1st to October 1st and see if it's needed? And if people are flooding to the bus stop, then we obviously have to set it up, but if they're not, and the bus companies, excuse me, can maintain their level of service, we wouldn't need it. Can we flex like that, or is that not possible?
Through the chair to Madam Mayor, I think that we could make that work operationally. However, I would caution that based on our experience last year, I'm very confident that we will have a large number of cruise ship tourists that go to the downtown transit center and continue to sort of pack out the buses there. Last year, we did, and it's an imperfect count because it's the bus drivers and they're sort of like doing this thing and it's not perfect, but they documented hundreds of local people that they've left behind. So the bus is packed, so they can't pick you up at, the Federal Building or Fred Meyer. And I'm pretty confident that until I think this 2026 timeframe that Ms. Pierce had mentioned, when there might be some expansion of permit capacity at the glacier, that we'll continue to see cruise tourists packing the buses at the downtown transit center.
Thank you.
Can I please, sorry, Madam Deputy Chair, can I please add to that?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Sorry for first. I just wanted to make sure that you saw my hand. So through the chair, another consideration is that we could treat the tripper service as just additional buses to our existing route without providing any sort of special service to the glacier. It's simply an enhancement of city services, which we do in a number of different ways when we have visitors in town and things are busier. And to the point of competing with the private sector, our private tour companies will sell out all of their permits this year. There is a definite supply and demand problem with glacier tour products. So while the information on the city bus is out there, we're trying to get the point across that it's a long walk. You're going to have to walk back. Nobody's going to be able to take you back. And the way that the bus companies have reconfigured their tour products this year, I think, is promising in terms of not running out of permits again, but we still will have a daily demand on Capital Transit. So, we can have a service that functions as Ms. Koch or Director Koch described, or just simply continue adding buses and not make it special. But either way, we are going to have the same problem with residents getting left behind if we do not add more capacity to Capital Transit.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. And I have Ms. Uscandies and Mr. Bryson, and then the mayor has a motion. So Ms. Uscandies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a question that's more my original question, and then I have a teeny question that's really quick. Can I squeeze in the appetizer
Yes, you
question?
can, but I'm getting tired and I'm the chair.
Yeah, okay, that's I threw myself at your mercy. Okay, maybe I'll send a text and see if the staff will help me out.
No, you
So
can.
my real question is, well, the easy question is, I may be misreading our schedule as we have it now, but do we still not have service at all out to North Douglas? Is that true, staff, or am I misreading the
Director
schedule?
Koch.
Through the chair to Ms. Hughes Candies. That is correct. And we had originally made that decision because I think we had an average of 4 riders per day on that service.
Sure. I'll
Thank
go ahead and answer that by saying, when you can't get to work and you can't get home, you're not going to rely on the bus. You're going to find other ways to get there, and you'll find a number of hitchers out North Douglas. So it's a catch-22 on that, which I'm sure you know. But my question is about the phasing up that staff was talking about with the tripper service. So some of the things, some of the issues like the walk back being longer than people expect, and capital improvements. If we were to build like a tent and drop off, or if, we went that 5 extra minutes and went a little further down the line. When you're talking about phasing, are we talking about maybe just adding buses and not doing that? Or I just want to be really clear by the time we get to Madam Mayor's getting ready to make a motion. If you could just break down a little bit more what is useful for you all to hear from us in terms of phasing.
Director Koch, I hope you understand that question because I don't at all. So
I'll take a stab at it. Through the chair to Ms. Hughes Candies. I think what would be particularly helpful at this time is to get the assemblies. Staff definitely think that a tripper concept would be really helpful. The exact contours of the level of tripper service that's provided, we can adjust that according to the assembly's desire. And I think maybe the time to do that will be when you're considering your marine passenger fee requests and we have a request before you. You might say, okay, it looks good, or I like the concept, but that's too much money, so scale back your service. So what would be helpful for me today, and then I'll see if Ms. Pierce wants to add to this, would be to see if the assembly agrees that a tripper concept is something that you'd like for us to continue to pursue, and then B, to get some feedback from you on the downtown circulator and whether or not you want us to, you like it enough that you want to fund it, or you don't want us to pursue it, or maybe it's something that's tabled for the future. Just that, I'll just add sort of my 2 cents on the downtown circulator. I think it's, I struggle with it a little bit. It's a little bit far afield from what I think is our core transit mission, and sort of gets us into this downtown circulator, gets us into, like, to me, feels a little bit like operating a tour company, which is not what we really do. But that's my staff opinion, but we want to get guidance from the assembly.
thank you, Director Koch. Mr. Bryson. And then we'll have a motion from Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to get clarification, and I think Director Pierce touched on it. We didn't run into a significant bumping of passengers until one of the tour companies ran out of permits last year. So this problem is directly tied to glacier permits. My worry, though, is as we talked about supply and demand, as the glacier companies know there's a limited supply of Mendenhall Glacier visits, we're absolutely going to see the price go up, competing with the $2 ever. So I'm worried that this course of action will actually continue to make the problem exist. I've asked before about why don't we start some of the valley routes at the federal building? Because I was following an empty bus, stopped in the library parking garage, filled up with tourists, and then took off down. And so if we're allowing tourists to load the buses first because of the routes that we're taking, I mean, if we're dragging an empty bus through downtown Juneau during tourist season, we're going to fill it up with tourists. Have we looked at those patterns to see if there was any alterations we could do, like say start the valley runs at the federal building so that Juneauites knew that that's where we're getting the first stop instead of dragging the buses through downtown, picking up as many tourists as we can, and then going into the more where the residential areas are. I know that was a problem.
I see Ms. Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I will answer the first part of that and then defer to Director Koch on the federal building question. The tour companies are charging more this year. They have raised their prices and they anticipate still selling out with 1.6 million people and a big chunk of them wanting to go to the glacier. We will continue to see adequate demand for the glacier. I believe that this summer, without operators running out of permits, it'll be more of a measured daily number of people. So, you know, I kept saying last summer, it's a lot easier to upset a few hundred people a day than it is to upset thousands of people when you run out of permits in the middle of the season. And I think that will be the case. But this city bus kind of hack, as it's presented on the blogs, is something that people know about. It will continue to happen. And I don't think that the prices charged by the glacier operators will really make any difference, because I think they'll sell all their seats regardless, because the demand is so high. So, you know, really we're trying to solve the direct impact of people being left behind at bus stops, and the letting the private businesses determine what the market can bear in terms of their pricing. And I'll defer to Director Koch on the federal building question.
Director Koch.
Through the chair to Mr. Bryson, I think that I understand what you're going for. I think that starting at the federal building will be problematic because the bus drivers need a place to use the bathroom and to have a snack and do all those things. That's where they take their breaks, is at the Valley Transit Center and at the Downtown Transit Center. And our hardworking men and women who drive those buses have very limited opportunities to do those things.
Before we go to Madam Mayor for a motion, I'll speak to this because I haven't really had a chance to speak to it. I am really in favor of this tripper service, and I think that it could actually, you know, we've talked about, Ms. Pierce talked about sort of the conclusion that Juneau residents are in love with their cars and they're not going to give them up and they're not going to try riding the bus, but a tripper service like this with frequent service down Riverside Drive, which, full disclosure, I live on Riverside Drive. We haven't had that until very recently when we've got Route 8 that used to stop by the Mendenhall River School. That might indeed encourage more local people taking the bus and actually fewer people parking downtown. There's a lot of people who tell me they never go downtown in the summer because they can't find a parking space. So, and I also, I've been told don't talk so much about riding the bus, but I did ride the bus last summer because I wanted to check it out, and it was really, really bad, and the drivers felt horrible having to leave locals behind who were then missing their jobs and coming in late because they couldn't catch a bus. So they felt terrible about it. So I'm definitely in favor. Madam Mayor, let's have a motion.
Speaking of my motion before it's made.
Well, everybody else has talked about it.
So I move the concept of the Capital Transit Tripper Service with funding provided to MPF to the full assembly. And the reason I'm moving it to the full assembly, so take your time to have your concept done, is because I think we need to hear from the public too, and then whether it passes through there or doesn't pass through there or comes back to the cow, I don't care, but I think we need to hear the public's viewpoint on this one. And I ask for unanimous consent.
Is that an objection for purposes of a question, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
I guess my question is, would passing this preclude us from making another motion regarding the circulator service as well?
Separate issue. Thank you. Is your objection removed?
It is, thank you.
Mr. Smith? Ms. Euskandis?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a objection for a quick question about the motion. Madam Mayor, are you leaving it open for them to develop more specifics, or I mean, I guess that's what you just said. I'm asking because I'm looking at page 227 of our packet, and that gets into some specifications of, like I said, capital requirements, benefits, etc. And while I'm generally supportive of your motion, there are pieces to this I don't like, and I don't know if it's better to give that direction now, or is the intent of your motion that they bring it to us and then we dig into it a little more?
The intent of the motion was to bring the concept forward and dig into it later, although I'm sure you can talk to Director Koch between now and then.
It's
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
beautiful, and I remove my objection.
Thank you, Ms. Euskandis, and I encourage you to talk to Director Koch before they develop this fully for the Assembly. Thank you. Seeing no objections, that motion passes. Madam Mayor, do you have a motion on the circulator?
Yeah, I'll be flat out honest. I was a really big fan of this. When we were first talking about it, I thought it solved some problems, but I didn't realize we had a free service already, so I'm really struggling with this one. The best I can do, and people can tear it apart, is continue discussions on the downtown circulator, looking for RFI and keeping it in the committee of the whole. And people can object or amend as needed.
Are there objections to Madam Mayor's motion to keep the downtown circulator in the committee of the whole so that we can learn more about it? Mr. Smith?
Sorry, she said something about an RFI, which I'm interested in, but I didn't know if that's actually an RFI is to go out or.
That is my intention.
Okay.
I don't think the city should be running this service. I think we should be looking for a different company to run it.
If that's the case, I'm supportive. I'd like to see what may be out there. I mean, it doesn't seem realistic. Like we would be able to do this service this year anyway. So maybe see what's happening with an RFI and yeah. Okay. Thanks. That helps.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And Madam Mayor, are you suggesting that we ask staff to do an RFI now or keep it in the cows so that we can discuss doing that at some point?
So many questions. I would say do an RFI now just to see if there's anybody interested in it at all.
Before I come to you, Ms. Euskandis, Director Koch, does that sound comfortable to you, doing an RFI at this point without further discussion?
Madam Deputy Mayor, thank you for that question. We are, of course, happy to do whatever the Assembly wants and do an RFI. My caution would be in terms of the timing. So if the body wanted a tripper service, that is something we could definitely do in the summer of 2024 to do stand up a tripper service and develop an RFI and work with a private contractor to also run a downtown circulator in the summer of 2024. Makes me sweat, to be honest, makes me nervous. I think that's more realistic that we'd be able to put together a really good program and really aim for the summer of 2025 in terms of a downtown circulator.
I agree. That's what I meant in my motion.
Okay, so I'm just going to reiterate your motion, which is to keep the concept in the cow, but to direct staff to issue an RFI for a downtown circulator service in the summer of 2025. To issue it now, but to have that being occurring in the summer of 2025. Mr. Smith, Ms. Uscandies does have her hand up. Is that okay? Okay, Ms. Uscandies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm so talkative tonight. I'm gonna object to this. Definitely a hard objection if it were for this year. Glad staff weighed in on how that made them feel. I gotta be real. I just I think over the years it seemed like a good idea. Now we dug into it a little more. I gotta kind of agree that it's just it doesn't necessarily seem to really hit CBJ's core mission with our public dollars. The idea of doing an RFI to see if anyone else is interested in this circular thing when we already have this free loop that assembly members didn't know about. I just don't think it's a good use of our time necessarily. I think there are other mitigation efforts we could be looking at. I'm okay with keeping it in the committee. If 8 other people want to do that, I would, I could remove my objection if you guys passionately want to keep looking at that. But even then, I'd be tempted to object because I feel like we have no shortage of really compelling issues to work through as an assembly. So, I was kind of disappointed reading it, not because the work done on it wasn't good, but it just, when I dug into kind of what we'd get and their recommendations, if I made a motion, I'd say, let's advertise our own loop better. But what they predict doesn't seem to be like worth the bang. So I will object to the motion as it is currently made. And if someone wanted to make an amendment to remove the RFI part, I probably would be okay with that. But I'm not going to make the amendment myself.
Thank you, Mrs. Candies. Mr. Smith, did you have a comment?
I guess I don't quite want to let the idea die yet. I understand that it's like maybe not. I think it reduces issues with tourism that do impact our residents, even though it maybe isn't necessarily for their benefit. And I don't know if I'm afraid. I'm not characterizing Ms. Hughes-Scandy's perspective, but correctly there. But I guess when I read it, I didn't see great results, but I also didn't see don't proceed. And I'm curious I'd be open to, I don't necessarily want to tank it right now, but maybe I'm missing something, but I'd like to at least keep it in the committee and we can go at a slower time scale. So I'd support the mayor's motion.
Thank you. Mr. Bryson.
I was trying to stay ambivalent to this, but it didn't work. We've heard enough stuff about Tripper over the years. It's not the first time it's been brought to an assembly. It's not the first time a Tripper has been discussed, the circulator has been discussed. Just let me ask you this real quick. To pick out 5 spots that you think a circulator could easily stop at right now. They're not in the downtown corridor because there's not a lot of room for it. And so we'd be asking a private company then to try and figure out where they're going to park and wait so that they can pick up passengers on a regular rotation. We could ask for the RFI, but if a private business saw profitability in this with this level of tourism that we have, they would already be in operation. I think that transportation would be one of the first things that they were able to fix for themselves, even with limited staff. I'm going to actually side with Ms. Hughes-Scandies on this and say no to this because I think we're going to go down this path and we're going to end up with another Valley Transit Center that the same black leaf plugs in every day, and that's the only person that uses it. So I'm going to say no to the circulator. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson, and there are a lot of black leafs in this town. Madam Mayor and then Ms. Wall.
So I just threw a motion out there, but to be honest, I was going to object to my own motion. So I'll just withdraw the motion, and that might help us. And I will use Ms. Hughes-Gandy's motion that I move that we advertise more our free service downtown and ask for unanimous consent.
And I see no objections to that.
Could I just get clarifications?
Mr. Kelly is objecting for purposes of a clarifying question.
Okay, so we're basically taking the circulator off the table completely with this motion, and we're just saying, okay, I see a nod, that's enough.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Smith.
Thanks. I'd like to hear staff perspective. So you don't think it's not even worth time to put out an RFI? Do we agree that if there was a business model, it would already be being done? Again, I'm just curious how this idea has stayed around for so long, and yet, anyway, I'd like to hear your informed opinions of being working with this study and probably reading it more than we all have.
Ms. Koch.
Through the chair to
And after Ms. Koch, we have Ms. Pierce.
I appreciate that opportunity to give that feedback. I agree with the motion to advertise and really let people know about our fare-free zone and see if that solves a problem. I do have concern about a downtown circulator, whether Capital Transit runs it or whether we contract it out. Either way, it's a new program. I am somewhat inclined to agree with Mr. Bryson. If it was a good idea and it was profitable, the private sector would have done it. It will wind up probably to be more expensive. My hypothesis is it will be much more expensive than the California consultant thinks it is, and it will require a lot of subsidy. So I am not supportive of the downtown circulator.
Thank you. And Ms. Pierce and then Ms. Wall, I skipped you. I don't think you had a chance. Did you have something you wanted to say? Okay, after Ms. Pierce, is that okay? All right, Ms. Pierce.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to remind the assembly of the 5 options that I listed at the beginning, because there might be something helpful in there for you. So option 1, no circulator. Option 2, do a better job of marketing the service that we currently have and do not continue to evaluate a circulator. Option 3, adopt the plan, do not fund the plan, with direction to staff to do a better job of marketing our existing service, and then potentially we can reevaluate a circulator at a later date. Option 4, adopt the plan, direct staff to do a better job of marketing the circulator, the current service downtown, and direct staff to issue an RFI. And then option 5 was to approve and fund. And I did want to make the point, since I have the floor right now, to Mr. Bryson's point about where a circulator would stop. There are stops in the recommended in the plan. They do have stops detailed along with how much it would cost to construct those bus stops. One point of distinction is that one of the stops depends on whether or not there's a dock at the subport to pick up on and that proponent has identified the circulator as part of their transportation plan. And it shows that stop at the Seedrome for now, and we have not worked closely with Gold Belt, that building owner, to determine whether or not that would work or be something that they'd be interested in pursuing.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Appreciate that. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
You guys,
Is
we gotta
there
slow it down.
anything to stopping a private company right now from picking this up and saying, oh, we could make some money on this, let's just do it? They could just do that today.
I'm seeing heads saying no. Yes, a private company could do it. There's nothing to stop a private company. That's correct. Oh, it's saying, yes, there's nothing to stop a private company. Now you count all those double negatives. Mr. Kelly?
Okay. I was just going to ask for clarification on option number 3. I didn't quite understand what advertisement off fund means, but maybe that's not entirely. Yeah.
Okay, and Madam Mayor, can you remind us of your motion?
To work on, have staff set up a plan to market our free downtown circulator we have currently.
And adopt the plan or no?
I'm not putting it on the plan.
Okay. Are there any objections?
Plans in our minutes, so it's in public.
Was there an objection to that? Or are there any objections to that? Seeing no objections, let's take a break. And then, as Ms. Hughes-Scandy said, we have a really compelling issue, which is zero waste, to talk about after the break, and we will come back at 8:35.
What's that?
We bring the Assembly Committee of the Whole back to order at 8:37 p.m. And now we are going to talk about the really compelling issue, and it truly is, of zero waste. Director Koch, please.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. First, I want to a little bit tee up the presentation that Diana Robinson will be giving in a moment. I'm going to first just tell you a little bit about Diana. So the Assembly has established a goal of looking at zero waste for a few years. So about a year and a half ago, we decided to hire somebody into that role. That was Diana. She has a Master's of Science in Environmental Sustainability from the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. So that says to me that she really likes wet weather and she's really well suited here. She's also worked for the Green Restaurant Association in Boston. She's worked at a conservation district in Michigan, working on recycling programs, and then worked, before she came to Juneau, she worked at the Montana Department of Environmental Quality Solid Waste Section for 6 years, working on issues such as landfills, junkyards, composting, and recycling operations, and zero waste initiatives. So we were very fortunate to hire somebody with Diana's level of expertise. Once Diana started at CBJ and we were able to really look into a lot more of the planning and start digging deeper into zero waste and various zero waste initiatives, we started doing those diligently. And I have to admit, more recently, I had this moment where I thought, are we really looking at exactly the right question? And by that I mean, the issue, when we talk about zero waste, what you're trying to do with zero waste is it's an acknowledgement that there's a landfill in this community that will fill up, and different zero waste initiatives help to make that landfill last a little bit longer. It's sort of getting you there incrementally, a little bit more time in the landfill. But I think that the bigger question that we have before the community, and the issue, is that we have a landfill that's going to fill up. We have very little control in this community over our waste. And by that I mean we have a private waste hauler. We have a private entity who disposes of our waste. And the more I've thought about it recently, I've thought that's really the question that we need to focus on. Diana has done a deep dive into decades of committee meetings, meeting minutes, and various studies that we've done. And essentially, there's been this periodic debate as to whether Juneau should have some hand and some control in our waste destiny. At this point, with this particular landfill, I think, that ship, the proverbial ship, has sailed. We've got this landfill, and that's, we're moving towards that getting filled up. However, I think it's probably going to fill up in the next 10 to 15 years. And although that might sound like sort of a long time away, it's really not. Any sort of decision that we would make as a community to have a hand in our waste destiny, to have some level of control, would be a big project. It would require the community feeling like we should have some level of control, and then determining whether that's controlling the waste stream in terms of waste collection, or you could look at the methods of disposal. But either way, those are probably 10-year projects. So I see that we are in a situation where, looking back in the past, the community has spent decades debating what we should do and whether we should have control in our waste future. And we're sort of beyond that now. I feel like we have a unique opportunity in probably the next 3-ish years to really think forward to the next 40 years of our waste future in Juneau. And I think that if, as a community, we're not willing to have those conversations or decide that we want to have, I love metaphors, and I feel like, honestly, Juneau's been sitting at the little kid table and it's when it comes to waste, and do we want to move to the big kid table for the next 40 years? If we do, we have to make some big decisions in the next few years. They'll be hard, and if as a community we don't want to make those decisions, that essentially means the private sector will make those decisions for us. The waste collector, the waste disposer, they're for-profit businesses, and they'll make decisions that are good for them in terms of for-profit businesses. So with that very long introduction, I will hand it over to Diana Robinson.
Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, Director Kosh. Madam Deputy Mayor.
Please introduce yourself.
My name is Diana Robinson. I am the Environmental Project Specialist for the Engineering and Public Works Department. Yeah, and Denise already gave all my bona fides before, so I won't do that. I'm here today to talk to you about zero waste. It's something that, you know, the Assembly first started talking about, gosh, I think if not right before the pandemic, then during the pandemic. And you know, it's a worthy cause, and I want to start with that. I will, however, start. If I can figure out how to do this. Why is that not working? There we go. As Denise alluded to, we have a big question in front of us, and that is, what role does the city want to play in Juneau's waste? Historically, that role has been recycling and household hazardous waste, and not much else. The landfill has about 10 to 15 years of life left on it, and as Denise said, that process to get a new landfill from, you know, an apple in our eye to a full landfill is very long, and it's very hard. I worked with communities in Montana, you know, just trying to get through the permitting process sometimes took up to 4 years. It's not easy, and it's going to be a long road. And really, we're faced with the question of, what do we want the future to look like? You know, we could ship our waste south once that landfill closes. That's what all the other Southeast communities do, and it costs a lot of money, as you might imagine. We could build a new landfill, or we could invest in some kind of incinerator or thermal solution, and that most likely would be some kind of waste to energy solution. All of these are very expensive, some in the short term, some in the long term. But first, let me talk to you a little bit about what waste is in Juneau. So we have kind of three segments here. We have waste hauling, the landfill, and then CBJ. So Alaska Waste owns what's called the Certificate of Public Necessity and Convenience, I believe I have that right, from the Regulatory Commission of Alaska. Waste hauling is regulated as a utility in Alaska. Landfills and landfill rates are not regulated as a utility in Alaska or many other places. Both of these entities are privately owned. As I pointed out there, Alaska Waste regulated by the RCA, Waste Management by environmental agencies. So in the state of Alaska, that's obviously the Department of Environmental Conservation, and then federally it's the Environmental Protection Agency. CBJ has a hand in some of our waste, and that is the Recycling Center, Recycle Works, our Household Hazardous Waste Program, and then we also have a junk vehicle program. And those aren't regulated quite the same as the other two. And then, you know, we do have a number of other services like Juneau Compost accepts food and organic waste, Skookum accepts metals, DNS Recycling accepts scrap metals and some batteries. So there are, you know, there's many players in this, but the two big entities really are Alaska Waste with waste hauling and Waste Management with the landfill. Okay, and then I'm going to speak a little bit on CBJ's Recycle Works programs. The first is the recycling center. So on average, and this is inclusive of household hazardous waste and e-waste, CBJ diverts about 7% of the landfill's annual volume. We contract with Waste Management for recycling, and then household hazardous waste, we contract with Clean Harbors. And I have to say, the household hazardous waste program in this community is amazing. A lot of places and a lot of other states would love to have a year-round facility. It's really expensive. When I was doing my research project, looking at the past 40 years of decisions about solid waste in the community, something that was really interesting to me is that that decision was actually made because it was cheaper to have a year-round facility than it was to have 3 events a year, which is just, you know, kind of tells you a little bit about the uniqueness of Juneau in its relationship with waste and how we pay for waste and deal with it in the community. The household hazardous waste program also has a really great aspect to it in that it accepts cooking oil from restaurants at no charge, which is excellent for our sewer system. I just want to put that plug in there for us. And then, of course, we have a junk vehicle program that there's constant tweaks to that, as I think this body is well aware. And just a note for the recycling center and household hazardous waste, these are entirely volunteer initiatives. So we don't make anybody recycle with us, right? So those numbers are just people that want to recycle. Either, there's many reasons people like to recycle, but it's all voluntary. We have no mandates for any materials in this community. I just wanted to bring this up. We are performing a waste characterization study in May, which is very exciting. It'll be the first comprehensive one in Alaska, I believe. And it might look a little something like this. This is EPA's national figures for waste composition in the United States from 2018. They haven't updated that since 2018. I think the pandemic has kind of skewed a lot of data for a lot of people. That's my guess why they haven't done it. But as you can see, we've got a wide range of materials. A lot of folks think that things like glass and plastics make up a much bigger percentage of this pie than they do. And plastics are one part of the problem, but it is far from the biggest part of the problem. Okay, so in 2022, Juneau landfilled about 25,000 tons of waste. In addition to that, we had another 4,000 tons of construction and demolition waste, and that is things like concrete, drywall, just anything that might be considered related to construction and demolition, really. And we track that separately just because that is just such a huge contribution to the landfill, and the way that landfills have to manage it is a little bit different than municipal solid waste. So that's why we have separate numbers for that, but not other materials. And in 2022, CBJ diverted about 5% of the waste stream. A little less than 2% was an addition with household hazardous waste and e-waste. Something that didn't make this presentation because I didn't have the numbers in time is Alaska Waste also has a curbside commingle recycling program that diverts another 500 to 700 tons a year. So that's another roughly 3 to 4%. And then in addition to that, we also have Juneau Compost, who diverted about 250 tons of food waste in 2022. Okay. Solid waste barriers for this community. And it really boils down to one word, and that's control. CBJ does not own or control the landfill. CBJ does not own or control Juneau's waste stream. And CBJ does not control trash fees in any capacity. That's just really beyond any of the policies we have and really the purview of really how waste is set up in Juneau. And another barrier with recycling is that, 7% is pretty low. However, the current facility that we have now is at max capacity. So growing recycling in a big way is going to mean a big infrastructural investment in a new recycling facility. Right now, the recycling center is within the landfill, and we are very constrained with space. It's partly the reason that, well, in large part, the reason that the landfill is filling up so quickly. There's just not enough space, and that expands to things like our recycling center. The potential, at one point, CBJ looked at having a compost facility within the landfill. Again, there's just not space. There's another barrier. We've been talking a lot about composting. There's a lot of organic waste that can be composted in this community, but we are going to be constrained by the amount of carbon sources we have, because you need to balance kind of the greens and the browns, right? So, you'd think in a rainforest we'd have plenty of carbon in the form of dead trees, but it's logistically very difficult to get those from, let's say, the woods to, chipped up to a pile for use in composting. So that's going to be a major hurdle, just kind of forewarning you for future discussions. And then another issue that we face is a large seasonal population. Every spring we get a surge of employees, and they buy a whole bunch of stuff. And then at the end of the season, they're all trying to get rid of it at the same time. And I know we've probably all been on Facebook Marketplace when we've seen people giving things away for free that, 2 months later that they could definitely sell, right? There's just this fluctuation of people coming in, buying a lot of stuff, people leaving, and then that stuff has nowhere to go. And as always, when we talk about things like recycling, rising fuel costs will always mean rising recycling costs, because the major cost with recycling is transportation and processing, and both of those are highly dependent on fuel costs. And now I want to circle back to zero waste. So this is, oh gosh, and I can't remember, Denise, if I updated this with the most recent version of Goal 5A, but this is the Assembly's goal for zero waste, as you are well acquainted with. And I just want to talk a little bit about what zero waste is. So it's, kind of this feel-good term that I think a lot of people talk about, and on one side there's people who are skeptical because how could you possibly get to zero waste? And on the other side there's folks, who think that that's what everyone should be doing all the time. And, this is kind of the standard definition. This is from Zero Waste Alliance International, I believe. But I think it can be boiled down to something that Deputy Mayor Hale has said in the past, which is it's zero waste or pretty darn close. And, it's a very aspirational goal. Zero waste is very aspirational. I think it's, kind of become shorthand almost, though, for a very in-depth solid waste plan with a diversion focus. Okay, ooh, there's a typo there. Okay, so what elements would go into a municipal zero waste plan? One of the obvious ones is creating diversion goals. We get there by, looking at our waste stream. What can we divert? What can we feasibly pay for to divert? And, what is actually available to us to divert. So, we'd all love to recycle everything that we can, right? But there just are a lot of limitations in recycling systems globally. There's not a standardized packaging material that things are made out of. Even the numbers with plastic don't necessarily mean that they, a number one's a bad example. A number 2 plastic isn't identical to all other number 2 plastics, right? So there's a lot of confusion that, you know, we can identify this material, so we should be able to recycle it, right? But there's just no standardization with packaging. And it just makes it incredibly challenging to have reliable programs around that. You know, another element would be to maximize our existing programs. Like I mentioned before, for us, that looks like a pretty steep infrastructural investment. And that carries over to building new infrastructure and new programs. And one of the more controversial ones, but really the key to any successful zero waste plan is enacting new waste policies. So sometimes those look like materials bans, you know, or organic waste is kind of the most recent example of that. If you followed California at all, they've really struggled the past decade to try to, you know, they've banned organics in a few different sectors, but trying to figure out how to functionally do that and provide people with that service is incredibly difficult. And California is really driving kind of the conversation around organics bans. But all changes, they have to be systemic and they have to be enduring, because, you know, it's really easy to say, well, let's double our recycling, right? And, you know, that seems like a tangible, bite-sized thing to do. But if we do it 1 year and then the next year we're not meeting those same goals, then really we haven't moved the needle. So I want to talk about 2 examples of zero waste plans. Portland, they don't call it zero waste, but really Portland and Oregon generally are really the leaders in the country for what's called sustainable materials management. And Portland has been very inventive with some of the stuff they've done, but, you know, look at some of these numbers here. We're not seeing a huge change year after year. If you're looking at figure 1 here, you know, they got to a point in the mid 2000s where, you know, things were really starting to look good. But as you can see, this gray chunk with garbage has started to climb back up, right? It is incredibly difficult once you have tapped out kind of that low-hanging fruit of the materials that are consistently recyclable, like number 1 and 2 plastics, paper, cardboard, and the metals. Those are really the most reliable of all of the recycling commodities. Once you're outside of that, it becomes incredibly difficult to reliably divert things year after year. And that is in large part because recycling is a commodity, and it is on the, you know, the free market, and market forces are not always kind to recycled materials. It's now a global market. It once was a, you know, more localized setup when the United States had more paper mills. Paper mills are incredibly hard to permit. They're very damaging on the environment. So as more and more American paper mills go offline, it's harder to find markets to send our paper to. And, you know, I could talk for hours about recycling markets and commodity values, but I won't bore you with that.
Ms. Robinson, if I might. I am sure you could talk for hours on all of this stuff. So I'm just pointing out the late hour.
Yes.
And as you're working through this, there's some very dense slides coming up, and so I just want to make sure we're efficient with our time. Thank you.
Absolutely. And let me actually get to one of those dense slides. I don't intend for us to go through everything on these 2 dense slides that I'm about to show you. My point with this slide is that Portland has been working on zero waste without calling it zero waste since the 1980s. And they are still not there. And that is with a lot of support from their state legislature. I mean, Oregon has had recycling mandates since the 80s. It's pretty forward thinking compared to a lot of, especially the more rural states. You know, they've piloted a lot of things. They have made a lot of goals that they have missed. And I wanted to show this to let you know that this is not an easy process by any means. My second, now something key about Portland though, Portland does have control. Portland, through a variety of mechanisms, has control over the waste haulers. They have multiple landfills that they can send materials to. They have multiple recyclers, multiple composters. There's variety, right? Missoula, Montana. Now, this is Denise mentioned I worked with some zero waste initiatives when I worked in Montana. This was one of them. Missoula is a very optimistic community. Missoula, however, does not own its landfill and does not control its waste stream. And Missoula made a very big, comprehensive zero waste plan right before the pandemic. But there was one key problem to that, and that is that they did not get the buy-in from the waste hauler and the owner of the landfill. And so as a result, we see headlines like these. Recycling center in Missoula closes public drop-off without much in the way of explanation, the article says. Garbage wars, battle over Missoula's trash gets ugly. I had a really long conversation with my old coworker to kind of get the information on this. And really, you know, they hired 2 full-time staff members, the city of Missoula, to write the zero waste plan. It took a lot of public process, a lot of public engagement, and to date, they have made no progress. And that is because they don't have control. They don't have skin in the game. They have no, you know, Montana is very similar to Alaska. It's a little, you know, hands off when it comes to business. They really just, they have great intentions, but they just really have no leverage to make real change happen. They can, you know, promote recycling. They can have outreach and education campaigns, but at the end of the day, they don't have the ability to push through a lot of the programs that would need to happen for them to move towards zero waste. Now I'm going to slightly change gears to a 2023 solid waste grant summary. So last year, we're all aware the federal government has just a lot of new federal funding programs. One is this solid waste infrastructure for recycling through the EPA. It is one of the first solid waste infrastructure programs through EPA in my career. Typically, they only have money for outreach and education. So this is huge, but it meant that it was incredibly competitive. 25 community level projects out of 300 total were funded. One was in the Matsu. So Juneau's was not successful, unfortunately. We also applied for EPA's Recycling Education and Outreach Grant. And this would have been around food waste reduction and diversion, and would have dovetailed with our work to prevent oil and grease and cooking oil from getting into the sewer. Again, unfortunately unsuccessful. And then the last was, and we just found out about this one 2 weeks ago, was the USDA Cooperative Food Waste Reduction Pilot Project Agreement. We've applied for this in the past unsuccessfully, but this year we tried again and partnered with Juneau Compost and Sustainable Southeast Partnership to ask for close to $500,000 for site improvements for Juneau Compost's current site, and also to purchase a pretty expensive piece of equipment. Again, there's just so much focus on composting and recycling infrastructure right now that we were just blown out of the water with the number of applications. And that brings me to the future municipal composting site. So in 2023, We were awarded $2.5 million in congressionally directed spending through Senator Murkowski's office. The location that we've picked out is the former gravel pit behind Costco. And so congressionally directed spending, we have learned, is it's like a grant in reverse. We've asked for the money, they have dedicated the money for a very specific purpose, but then we have to apply for it, basically. And so that means that we've, since it's a construction project, we also have to go through a NEPA process, which is the phase that we're currently in now. So hopefully in the next few months, we'll have an answer from EPA with their, the comment period for their finding of no significant impact ended in the end of December. And now they're working on their response to comments. And once that happens, they'll be able to issue a final FONSI, as they're called. And we'll be able to actually apply on grants.gov to receive the funds. So fingers crossed that'll happen sometime this spring. Now this funding, $2.5 million, as we know in Alaska terms, isn't going to get us a complete compost facility. What it is going to get us is a very high level layout of what we're calling the zero waste subdivision right now. But that is really more as it's a layout for roads, utilities, that sort of thing. It's very much not planning in the sense of the word, like looking at different uses that we'd want to put in there. It will get us utilities to the site, an improved road, stormwater drainage and control, a concrete pad, and then a bare appropriate fence for composting. It will not get us a finished compost facility, equipment, or any other additional information about other zero waste subdivision uses. And then this is just a plug. Today, our new web pages went live, so I encourage everyone to go check them out. It looks empty here, but that's just because I had to have this presentation in before it was finished. So these pages will have, the first will have information about just planning going forward for zero waste actions and solid waste generally, and then there's an abbreviated version of what we call Solid Waste 101 there, and then news events, all that good stuff. But the second page is this, and it's renamed now, but it's a timeline of the past, since the 1960s, of all of the actions that CBJ and the Assembly have tried to take over the years on solid waste. And that is my next big slide that I don't expect us to go through. But again, this is just to show that this is not a new issue. Many assemblies have tried to take on this issue, and it was not kind to them. It's hard, as Denise mentioned. We don't have control. We don't have hold that public utility for waste hauling. And we don't own the landfill. And, the benefit of, on one hand, the benefit of having that waste utility would mean that we, CBJ, would be the major customer of the landfill, and that gives you power, right? And conversely, if we have the sole landfill in town, we have power with the waste hauler. So either one of those scenarios gives us control. Both were looked into many times over the years. And, it's expensive, it's hard, and it's controversial. There's no two ways about it. Yeah, it's a lot. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. And then this is a plug for Stuart Ashton, the Recycle Works operation manager, and myself will be performing, giving a Q&A in conjunction with JCOS for one of their sustainability sessions, just for any solid waste questions anyone in the community has. We're hoping to do more than one event. We're going to start in the valley, and then hopefully we're going to have a second downtown, just so we can kind of capture more people after work. But that's just my plug for that, and that is next Tuesday. And again, we're gonna circle back to the big question. What do we want the future to look like? We could ship our waste south, new landfill, or some kind of thermal solution. But, you know, zero waste, like I said, is a really worthy cause. Increasing diversion is a good idea, no matter if you have an aging landfill or not. But I don't think we'd make much headway without some kind of control in the system. You know, we could certainly try, but to extend the life of the landfill, which is what I've interpreted the kind of larger goal of zero waste for this community to be, is to expand the life of that landfill. And, you know, if you look at Portland's history, 40 years, they're still not there. You know, we don't have 40 years, right? We have 10 to 15 years. And as Denise pointed out, it takes about 10 years to do any of these options. So yeah, that is what I will pose to this group. Zero waste, yes, excellent. But also, what are we gonna do with the trash in 10 years?
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I think before we go to questions, do we want to segue to you now, Ms. Koch or Director Koch, or should we go to questions from Assembly members? Mr. Bryson really wants to ask a question, so we will take questions.
Actually, Madam Deputy Mayor, as the Chair of Public Works, I've been involved with the trash conversation prior to Director Koch's involvement.
Indeed you have.
I was wondering if I could give a couple of additional points that I thought would be helpful to the group.
Please do, Mr.
Discussion. The first point that I wanted to make, that every change that we make going forward is going to be more expensive. We have not been able to find a single program or diversion stream that won't be more expensive than what we currently do. So everything moving forward is going to cost more than what we pay right now. Speaking directly, there's a gentleman that runs the landfill. I've had plenty of conversations with him. If we had a transfer station attached to the landfill that was not for residents, was for the big trucks to come, we would get 10 more years out of this landfill. But we'd have to give them control of that transfer station and allow them to do waste stream diversion, but it would buy us 10 years. Both Goldbelt and Clinton and Haida have expressed interest that waste stream diversion may be a business plan that they have or a business interest that they have. Business recycling. You mentioned that people are recycling voluntary. It is less expensive to recycle your cardboard, which every restaurant gets. When I went from, it's been like 15 years, but we went from 4 dumpster pickups a week to 2 dumpster pickups a week. And so that's what drives commercial recycling, because anything that you don't have to pay to throw away is money that you're not paying. So having business buy-in, which ties into composting, because when you try to get a restaurant to compost, man, you're talking about huge more. One more, Ms. Hale, and then I'll be done. The recycle center is at capacity. The operators feel that as well. They're not able to recycle anymore. And if we work with Waste Management and get their buy-in, then that would be less expensive than trying to go and buy the landfill or own the landfill or control the landfill. If we have their buy-in and they're working with us to achieve those zero waste goals, they want the landfill open as long as possible as well, and they will work with us to get those goals there. Thank you for the time. Allow me to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Director Koch.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Initially, when we had put this presentation together, we wanted to talk about zero waste because that's been an assembly goal, and it's, I think maybe at some point we thought zero waste was going to be a little bit easier and a little bit cheaper than dealing with the big question, the elephant in the room, which is landfill's going to fill up at some point. Does Juneau want to have some level of control over its waste destiny? I think as we've started down this zero waste path, we've realized that it's, even one project winds up being time consuming and can be controversial, and we spent all this time. It really made me think, are we spending our time on the most important things, our time and our money? And I just wanted to, what I'm coming tonight to ask this body for, is I know the body's talked a lot about zero waste. I am really thinking that we need to spend some resource, so that's staff time and money, to look at that big picture question, which is, what are we going to do after the landfill fills up? And what I would like to do, and asking you tonight, is to concur and direct staff to allow us to contract a study to look at solid waste control and disposal options, and that would be using a zero waste CIP. And I wanted to make sure that the assembly understood that. I think the intent probably when there was money put into these zero waste CIPs were for, well, we'll incrementally, recycle a little bit more, or we'll do this one-off project. But I've come to the conclusion that I think we're better off spending our money and time addressing the real problem and setting ourselves up for the next 40 years of the community's waste future.
Thank you, Director Koch. Are there questions, thoughts from assembly members? Mr. Kelly and Ms. Wall. Ms. Euskandis.
Thank you, and I'm actually asking this question maybe a little bit on behalf of one of the handful of or the community who is still in the room with us. I did have a conversation with somebody during the break, and I guess I'm kind of interested in knowing this as well. What would the barriers to banning plastics, for example, be in Juneau? For shopping.
Before we go to answering that question, I guess at this point, Director Koch and Ms. Robinson have presented us with some very big picture issues. And I am fine to answer that question, but there's maybe a better time and place to be asking detailed questions like that. I know this question has certainly come up at Public Works and Facilities Committee. And partly it's late, but partly I think they're asking us to look at this from a very high level, big picture. So
I'll save my question for later.
okay. And I don't want to shut you down, but I also want to make sure we've got our focus in the right place. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I mean, I think I just got to be honest that, what we were just asked is a big ask, and I think it's a departure from what we've discussed, and I'm not sure that have been prompted or I'm ready to have that discussion. So I appreciate the prompt. I think it's a good thing for us to talk about, but it's complex, and I'm not feeling prepared to have that discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Ms. Euskandis.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll start by saying I find myself feeling similar a bit to Ms. Wall, and I'll elaborate on that because I think, I always want to know what is it you need from us, from staff, or what is it you are finding yourself asking for direction on. And everything we just had presented was great. And we're not all on the same committees, I understand that. But that was, to me, that was all information that I feel like I've gotten good and steeped in as Public Works has examined this issue. And so if the real $1 million question is, does Juneau want to control its waste stream? I think that's a great question to ask, or which maybe that's not it, but I mean, I'm saying like that's the extrapolating it seems like, and I probably misused that word just now, but really you're saying we think maybe we've been focusing slightly on the smaller fish and we really need to focus on this big fish. Yes, I would say like tentatively, like, yes, I agree. We need to talk about the big fish. I don't think we got really too into the details. And so when you, I guess, based on what you gave me tonight, when you say study, I would need to hear more about that because my fear would be like, I think there's maybe some policy conversations that need to happen among the assembly because I want to control our waste stream. And I agree, we are not going to get anywhere, and we do need to focus on that big picture next 40 years. And so I'll cut myself up there so I don't start rambling. Start and stop. But but I think I even need a little bit more refinement on that, or the specifics of what you're thinking, like, and you'd bring in an outside contractor, and what would you be asking them to study? Because we do have all this history of what we've done in the past.
Madam Mayor, did you want to speak now or after Director Koch? Director Koch. Thank you, Ms. Hughes-Gandy.
Thank you, through the chair, to Ms. Hughes-Gandy, and that's a very fair question. What I was thinking about is certainly using the zero waste CIP in a slightly different way, which is why I wanted to make sure the assembly was on board, to hire a contractor to look at this, start lining up some level of facts on these different control and disposal options so that we could come back to the assembly and to the community and present you with enough information that you could start to have policy discussions. So one that maybe feels nebulous, so I'll give a very specific answer, a specific example. Juneau has done a study on looking at landfills. That was 30 years ago. So when you say a landfill is going to cost $6 million, it's not going to cost $6 million. I mean, we just need big picture, we've seen inflation, regulations have gotten stricter. I mean, even really high level, how much do these different options cost? Where would they potentially go? I know for thermal remediation technologies, there are some that are proponents and there are some that are really kind of scared about those technologies. Maybe some level of information on the emission controls in modern incinerators, and just get a little bit of high-level facts so that we can start having more of a policy decision.
Thank you, Director Koch. Madam Mayor, you had your hand up.
Yep, so just to rephrase you just a little bit, Director Koch, so I don't think anybody here doesn't want to do solid waste planning, but in order for us to get more information about it, we have to do a contract to study and analyze whether we want to do control and or disposal, like you said. Okay, thank you. I have a motion then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So I move we direct staff to contract to do a study to do solid waste planning, specifically analyze solid waste control and disposal options. And I'll speak to that if I may.
Please.
Like I just said, I think most of us are interested in some solid waste planning. We've heard lots of, our study's old about the landfill. We've heard lots about the incinerator thermal solution. I just heard recently some good news about it, that maybe it won't cost as much as waste management. So it'd be nice to explore that option. Mr. Bryson said that, there's people in the possible partners in the community that might want to go with us on that. So it'd be interesting on both sides to see what if we did it and what if we did it with partners. So that would be part of my motion.
We have a motion. Are there any objections? Ms. Wall and Ms. Hughes-Gandy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I feel like I already spoke to my objective. I feel like we haven't, I did not, we know we were talking about this motion today. We haven't been provided very much information about it. I the way it's presented so far, it feels like it's going to take away from efforts that I do think are dealing with the systemic issues in our community in terms of reducing our waste stream. So it's something I could get on board with eventually, but tonight is not the night for me to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Ms. Uscandies.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was going to ask what that, and sorry if it's in the 200 pages, it's possible, like I said, when it's nice to have info, but it's very easy to lose stuff when it's that many pages. What is the size of that CIP, and sort of towards Ms. Wall's concerns, I'm just trying to, I don't object to it, I don't think, in theory, but I want to know if we're using that money in a different way, how much are we pulling away from those other efforts, which we think are good?
Good question, Director Koch.
Through the chair to Ms. Hughes Scandies, we have an existing zero waste CIP that has approximately $200,000 in it. And now I am blanking. I know that we put more money or propose to put more money in that zero waste CIP for the next cycle. I think it's in the order of about $100,000. I think the sort of study that I'm talking about is probably in the $75,000 range. I think the reality is we only have limited dollars and one person to work on some of these planning efforts. So my vision for this is that we would continue to get some of the things that we've started talking about across the finish line, and that is Diana completing the grant process to finally get the CDS monies to do municipal composting. And we've started talking about a tire shredder or some sort of shredder in PWFC, and still moving that across the finish line. But I think also in reality, we'd have to say a little bit of like, okay, those are 2 zero waste projects that we are pursuing. But looking at this broader solid waste question, it would pull time away from other zero waste endeavors.
Thank you, Director Koch. Madam Mayor.
I forgot to add as part of my motion, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, funding source is the zero waste CIP. And I apologize, everybody's getting a little tired. I forgot to thank Ms. Robinson for her presentation and her work on this.
Yes, thank you very much. Are there additional comments? Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I know JCOS has like a solid waste subcommittee. Have they had a chance to, have you gotten feedback from them on a direction like this?
Well, interesting you should ask. The former chair of the Solid Waste Subcommittee is in the audience, Nick Waldo, and now the chair of the Juneau Commission on Sustainability, Ms. Robinson.
So we haven't formally presented this idea to them, but I know they are supportive of looking at what Denise and I are calling the big question, which is, in addition to these zero waste initiatives we are working on, starting to look at this big question, because we know, like we've been talking about, we know our current system's coming to an end. So it's just, yeah, and I don't know if you want to put Nick on the spot, but yeah, we have not formally presented this to them.
I technically cannot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions or comments? Oh, Ms. Uscandies, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I don't know, I don't want to be too sloppy. I think I'm going to, oh, sorry, I was trying to move an amendment, but it almost feels like a different motion entirely, but I'll say it out loud and you tell me and we'll go from there. So I would move to amend the motion to keep this item in the cow, and I can speak to that if you want me to, or I can withdraw it if you think it's out of order.
What's that? I mean, if the, so
I think it's kind of too different of of a motion.
yeah, I guess if Madam Mayor's motion doesn't pass, then we can decide what to do with this question is.
Okay.
I don't know how to amend the motion.
Sure. Okay. For that, then if I could just make like 2 quick sentences for a wrap up. I'm gonna maintain my objection, and then I'll be quiet so we can take the vote. I say I will maintain my objection, which I was on the verge of removing it. But the reason that I think we should leave this in here is I think we're basically, most of us are all the way there, and don't think this is a bad idea. But that's a kind of information when we talk about, did JCOS subcommittee talk about it? When the numbers of what the CIP is and how much is being diverted. Those pieces to me are more what I need in order to make a decision about that rather than the whole solid waste picture. So, with that, I will be quiet.
Thank you, Ms. Hughes-Candies. And I will, seeing no one else commenting, I will speak in favor of Madam Mayor's motion. I think that, I think actually looking at the very big picture, and really what we're talking about is making a decision now, or making decisions now that will influence the next 40 years. Well, I'm in favor of the mayor's motion. And I think we can call the question.
Thank you. And just to clarify that I have the motion correct, the motion from the mayor is to have staff contract to do the study to analyze the solid waste options. What if we did it? What if we did it with partners, with funding source for zero waste come from the zero waste CRP? Control and disposal options. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. As long as we put in solid waste control and disposal options, because those are 2 different things.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Mr. Bryson?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes-Candies?
No.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Wall?
No.
Walakida?
Yes.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor Hill?
Yes.
Motion carries 7 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you. Madam Mayor.
And just to try and talk to a little bit about Ms. Hughes-Candies said, I would expect from Ms. Director Koch a nice memo that probably would include JCOS's thoughts on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are adjourned.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw you.
Yeah, you saw, I just like stopped my brain. I think my brain's pretty tired. It's okay. Everybody's brain is tired. That was a lot.
Okay, that's good. I was going to come and ask.